back, baby. Let's go. Happy Saturday to everybody. Welcome. You are tuned in to Know the Ledge. Man, another beautiful Saturday. I mean, it's not necessarily beautiful weather-wise because it's a little cloudy right now, but it's okay because we are blessed and highly favored to be able to wake up, open our eyes, and walk the earth. So for that reason, it is beautiful. And shout out to everybody, all your family members, loved ones, and friends. Hope you guys are all in the best of health. And there you go. Hold on. What is going on? Here we go. Here is my little trusty phone so I can check the weather, see what's happening. It is currently 77 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 81. Looks like partly cloudy, but the sun should be breaking through. But no rain today. Well, at least early. Looks like maybe something later tonight around 11 p.m. Okay, so we got 84 and partly cloudy tomorrow. Partly cloudy on Monday at 79. Tuesday, partly cloudy at 80. Wednesday, sunny at 73. Thursday, sunny at 63. Uh-oh. What's this? This is the real fall weather now, folks. But it's okay. We expect it. And then Friday, cloudy all day, high of 66. Yeah, it is what it is. It's time. But it's going to go back and forth. There's still going to be some 70s mixed in there after that. So we got to enjoy it. Anyway, today we don't have any cup of Joe. I actually had my coffee earlier today. So I am drinking a little H2O. I know this looks weird because I'm using a green screen, and the cup, whenever you put something cold in it, it turns green. I don't know why, whatever. It is what it is. So I just deal with it. I just drink the water. You know what I mean? So shout out to everybody. Hope you guys are all doing good. This has been a very exciting week. We are on the horizon of Knicks basketball again next week, October 2nd, first preseason game in Abu Dhabi. So yeah, I'm very excited. It's been pretty fun to just watch everything unravel from this week, media day, and then training camp, and then just looking at little videos of guys working out and doing different things, and listening to Coach talk about the team and what he expects of the team and what he expects of himself, as well as how he feels about being in New York and different things. It's been pretty cool, pretty fun, pretty exciting, because that's how it is, guys. Is when you have something brand new, there's always that level of excitement. But once we get down to the nitty gritty and actually start playing basketball, that's when we'll see what's what, right? But for right now, it's a good time, and it's pretty exciting. And I just can't believe it's so weird that they get 1 week, basically, maybe a week and a couple days of training camp, and they got to play the first preseason game. So I don't know if they're necessarily ready, or will be ready, but hey, it is what it is. So we'll go from there. I don't think there's a lot of concerns coming out of training camp and going into the preseason. I guess the only thing that realistically, the only thing that any Knick fan should be slightly concerned about is Josh Hart's finger, because that finger looked crazy. And so I don't know how that's going to affect him. Will it affect his shooting and make it even worse for him? Will it affect him grabbing rebounds, or will other teams try to target? This is a cutthroat league, guys. I don't know if y'all know this. There's a lot of happy kumbaya moments, right? But certain players are cutthroat, and they will target that hand and try to slap that finger. You know what I mean? So will he be able to deal with all of that and play through all that? He's looking to play the whole season and get, maybe surgery in the off season next season. It's tough. That's tough. So I don't know. That worries me a little bit, because no matter what, even if Josh Hart is not a starter on this team, he's still a very big part of the team. He's the engine that makes things go, and he's a lot of the heart and soul, no pun intended, of the team. He gets down, gets scrappy. Other guys get down and get scrappy. So, outside of that, everything else is just about, knock on wood, guys staying healthy and them gelling and picking up the new style of play that Mike Brown and the coaching staff is going to be instituting. So I mean, that's regular stuff. That part, you just expect it to go however it goes. We'll see. There's also been a lot of talk about, if this team really has the goods to win a championship. Have they done enough to build out the roster? Do they have enough defense? So those are questions that still need to be answered, should I say. We don't know. We don't know. We just have to let it play out. I think that the team is right where they need to be. Nothing can be solved in a day. You got to go out there and play. They got to get accustomed to each other. They got to learn their roles on the team, because apparently everybody's going to have a defined role this year. And that's very important. If we hear that part of the reason why Coach Tibbs is gone is because players didn't know exactly what their role was, and they were a little confused about, their status on the team and what they needed to be doing. When a coach comes in and says everybody's going to have defined roles, that's a big thing. So we got to let that all play out. I also saw that in typical fashion, he's not even a reporter anymore for the Post, but Mark Berman still found his way to make a headline talking about Mike Brown's statements and what he expects of the team and how he's coming into camp. And the whole thing is, he's like, wow, this sounds very familiar. It sounds like Fizdale. And basically, is he right? Yes. Is he right about what Mike Brown is saying? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Let me tell you something. We know now how bad Fizdale was as a coach. But at the time, Fizdale was saying all the right things. But if you want to, as a person in your right mind, compare Fizdale to Mike Brown, you are hitting that that good. Like, that's not even right. It's not fair. Mike Brown, for whatever he is, you can't take away his accolades and his tenure of being a very good coach in the league. You might say you still question whether he's the guy that can get them to a championship or, take them all away. But to compare Mike Brown to Fizdale, no, can't do that. You could just say they talk the same, when it comes to, what they expected of the team when they took over. That's fine. But don't expect that the results to be the same. These are two different guys. And the other thing, which a lot of people can attest to, when Fizdale was here, the Knicks had no system. He talked a good game, but he didn't institute anything because he didn't think any of these guys were ready to pick it up. That's why he let them freestyle a lot out there, which showed. So we're talking about two very different things. So Mark Berman is just doing his usual thing, trolling and trying to get in the spotlight a little bit, and also showing some allegiance to his guy Tibbs. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But yeah, so I'm definitely excited for what's going on, and I can't wait to see it play out. And even though I think that it's a little early for them to start playing a preseason game, I think they should be at least practicing and having a camp for 2 weeks or so. 2 full weeks, maybe a little extra time. But, it is what it is. Let's get it going. All right. So let me just get right into it, see what the chat is talking about without further delay. I also said that this week we were going to start kind of getting back into taking phone calls and stuff on Know the Ledge, and we will do that. So I don't want to waste any more time. Let's get it cracking. So shout out to Walter Blackman in the building. What up, Walter? Always a pleasure. Good to see you as always, my guy. Hope you're doing well. He says, good morning, Ron, and my Knicks family. Salute to you. Lena Franklin is in the building. Let's go. What's up, Knicks family? I'm so excited for this new season coming up next month. Yeah, sooner than you know it. Yep. Shout out to Nostalgic Nick in the building. Salute Ron G and the SKF Army. Salute to you, my guy. Appreciate you. Wonder Woman is in the building. Let's go, Wonder Woman. Said good morning, Ron, in the chat. Hope everyone is having a great day. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well, Wonder Woman. David Smith is in the building. Salute, David. Said salute to Ron in the chat. Happy Karl Anthony Towns Day. 1 year ago today, Knicks acquired Towns in one of the best trades in Knicks history. ECF in his first year. Do you all remember where you were? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And he also said before injuring his hand and knee, Towns was in the MVP conversation, but even playing through injury was all-star starter, all-NBA, 24.5 points per game, 13 rebounds, 43% from three, 85% from the free throw line, and Knicks made ECF. Fantastic. Means not wrong. Nostalgic said, make your predictions now, Knicks supporters. Shout out to Yuri in the building. What up, Yuri? Says salute. Shout out to my guy, Deron Wayne in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Says Saturday equals SKF. Good morning, Ron. Yankees. Salute, Deron. Hope you're doing well, my guy. Bodega Wi-Fi in the building. Salute to the Still Knick fans family. Appreciate you, my guy. D-Block in the building. Salute, D-Block. He says, salute to my brother Ron and the Knicks community. Hope all is basically all is well. Everyone and their families ready for the season. Definitely like that. We're actually practicing. Nice. The Ron also said that looks for an average start as we blend as a team, finish strong for the postseason. I like it. The Nick of Time show. Hey, my peoples. Salute from Phil, all caps. Salute to the chat. What up, Phil? Appreciate you. And hope you guys are ready because Knicks Nightcap is they're getting ready to start cranking out content next month. Well, in a few weeks or whatever. So stay tuned to that. That should be pretty fun, getting the guys going again. Shout out to JW in the building. Salute to SKF chat. Appreciate you. Okay. JW also says Hart needs to get surgery. I feel that finger will be a problem all season. You might be right. I hope it's not, but kind of hard to avoid, especially, he's going to get hit. Like, you know how it is. Ant Doobie 1130 in the building. Salute. What's going on, Ant? Or should I say A-N-T? Either way. Shout out to you. Rasul Thomas in the building. Salute, Ron. Appreciate you. Kerry Cox in the building. What up, Kerry? Says salute, Ron. All right. Let me keep it flowing here. JM3 is in the building. Says salute, Ron. What's going on, JM3? Kerry's also saying, get them likes up, y'all. We're watching on YouTube. Let's get it cracking. Appreciate you, Kerry, as always. And shout out to everybody who's watching on YouTube or on X or on Facebook. Appreciate you. Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Good to see you as always. Salute, salute, salute. Appreciate you. And guys, listen, I don't know if y'all know, but Knicks Real Talk is back into the swing of things. They ramping out the content again. So support Sha and my guy Divine. Show them some love. Knicks Real Talk. Give them a like, subscribe, all that good stuff if you haven't already done so. Carlos Tejada is in the building. What up, Carlos? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Says salute, salute. Double D's in the building. What up, Double D? Said, what up, everybody? What's up, Ron? Plus the chat. Salute to you, my guy. Nick Yak is here. I remember during a timeout, Fizdale play on the whiteboard said, teamwork is when I knew he had to. Okay. Thank you for that, Nick Yak. Appreciate it. Shout out to Lonnie Meeks in the building. Salute Ron in the chat family. Is Brogdon in camp? Yeah, he's there. I think he's there. Yeah, no, he's there. I saw him. I saw a picture. I saw a video of him there. They're just not really, I don't know, they're just not really highlighting everybody that's there. But yeah, I saw him with the crew when they were running. But they were really showing the young guys running, the young bulls running. Carlos says Hart should get surgery now, needs to be healthy for the playoffs. Regular season doesn't really matter. I kind of agree. I don't know why they didn't just do that. Look, I mean, if he re-aggravated, if that finger looks the way, why not just get surgery? He's going to be a very important part of the team, but why not get surgery and take care of it, now while you got so many other players that could help the team? I guess, part of it is Hart is not stupid. Hart knows, and we got to call it like it is. It's real. Hart knows that there's some other players that the Knicks have added to help the bench. You've got young players that are thirsty for a spot and an opportunity. And Hart is coming off of the, what have you done for me lately? The only thing that people can think in their mind is how he played in Indiana, right? And that didn't look good for Hart. Hart's not stupid. Hart's like, you know what? My finger ain't right. Could I get the surgery now? Maybe, and wait and then be healthy a little later in the season? No. But I think Hart thinks, and I would think if I was Hart, I don't want to let other people get an opportunity to kind of take my spot. And then when I come back, some of these, one of these players might be playing really well. And so then I'm going to be judged differently. What if I'm going up against a guy who, may not be as good as Hart all around, but he's a better shooter than Hart and can add some different things, scoring wise. I'm with Hart on that maybe Hart needs to try to be out there because he could lose his spot. And then some fans already feel a certain way about Hart. If you get another guy in there playing, taking the minutes, Hart comes back, y'all going to be judging Hart unfairly. And, no matter what he does out there, you're still going to be looking at the guy who was there replacing him, and what he did. I kind of understand that. Shout out to Just Knicks in the building. Appreciate you. He says salute. What's going on? My guy at A&T says that finger stopping Hart from ball handling and shooting. Yeah, could be. We're gonna find out, man. Maybe that splint that he's gonna put on could work wonders. I don't know. I find it to be, and it would be one thing if it was the left hand, but it's the shooting hand. I don't know. Yes. Ron says Brogdon will have his personal room at the Montefiore. Kerry says that's months of rehab. Yeah, maybe that's another thing too. It could be just too long to be out after surgery. There's some truth to that. And A&T says they might package Hart and Duece in a trade. Could be. David Smith says Duece should be a starter and move Josh Hart to the bench. My starting lineup would be Brunson, Duece, Bridges, OG, Anunoby, and Cat. Listen, we're in the minority, David. We don't always agree, but I feel like Duece should be a starter as well. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that because I like Duece. I'm saying that because I just think Duece is somebody that fits what they would like to do. And he's not a person who's going to make a big stink about getting the ball or his playing time and usage and all that stuff. He's somebody you can plug into the starting lineup who is a willing defender, who plays good enough defense, and might be improved offensively this year under Mike Brown and his system. So, yes, I know he's small. I know, I get it. But I also know that he has a long wingspan of 6'9", and that allows him to play good defense on certain people up to a certain height. Like Duece can guard 6'6", 6'7" players. Okay, 6'6" players. Once you get to 6'7", it gets a little bit trickier, right? But 6'6" players and below, he can guard. 6'7" players, it starts to get tricky, and that's when you run into a little bit of an issue. But I think he can be he's that wingspan and his defensive ability. And let's not discount the fact that Deuce has been in the league, so he knows a lot of these players now, like what they like to do. That helps you defensively, as opposed to someone else who is younger and doesn't have the same experience. It's a difference. But we'll see, guys. We'll see. Look, I already said it many. That's why I've moved on. That's why I like Deuce. I would say Deuce should be the starter. But if you wanted to ask me who I really think should be the starter, it's not going to happen. But I think somebody like McCullers should be the starter, a 6'6" shooting guard who can play defense and knock down a shot here and there and also drive to the rim. I also think Pacom Dadier would be a interesting person to put at the shooting guard spot. But the Knicks ain't going to do that. They're going to use somebody that they feel has been in the league and has a little bit more experience. But I definitely think that one of those two guys should get the starting job. But hey, it is what it is. Because I feel like you want somebody in there who is not going to be complaining and making a big deal about getting the ball, but who can fill their role, and they know they have an opportunity in front of them and they're hungry. Like, you put one of them young dudes in there with that starting lineup, they're going to be hungry. They're going to do whatever they can to make those other guys look good. That's how I would look at it. Hold on, where was it? Okay, there it is. Deron says Hart should not be a starter. I agree. I don't think he should be a starter either. Not now. And now that he's hurt with the finger, hell no, definitely not. Kareem Grant is in the building. What up, Kareem? Salute to the chat. And Ron, what up, my brother? And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. That's another question, Nick Yak. He says, how are we trading McBride, leaving backup point to Brogdon, who can't stay on the floor? I hope he can, but that's another issue with Brogdon. And even if you look at how he played last year and how bad his shooting was, it was partly because he was injured. So, I mean, the injury thing is something you got to deal with him. So Brogdon, I've already said one reason why Brogdon shouldn't start. Another reason is because he needs to stay healthy, and I'd rather have him come off the bench and be used less, right? But the other thing is, when you put him against other starter guards that are fast, he can't stay in front of them. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports is in the building. What up, Joey? He said, what up, Ron and family? He said, go Knicks. Sherwin is in the building. What up, Sherwin? Said Deuce can't guard 6'6" players in the paint. All right. Well, I mean, but what we gonna do, bro? I don't know. Like, who you gonna start that can guard 6'6" players in the paint? We already talked about not having Hart start, right? So who would you put there? Or are you gonna go big and say that you'd rather have like a Mitchell Robinson or a Yabusele starting so that everybody else can just transition down? Mikal becomes the shooting guard and OG becomes the small forward, which also could work. And there's nothing wrong with that either. It's just you got to figure out what you want. Like, personally, if the Knicks were to go bigger and have the a little bit more size, I don't really want. I don't know. Maybe I'm the minority with that too. I don't really care about the too big lineup and having Cat play the power forward. Honestly, I'd rather see Cat at the center spot. I know that changes the dynamic of him, but they could still move him around as Mike Brown said he wants to do. I'd rather have Cat at the center and Yabusele starting at the power forward. And if it was up to me, if I'm going to do that instead of going with Deuce or like a McCullough or a Dadier at shooting guard, I'd rather go big in that way and have Yabusele at the 4 and have Cat at the 5. But I don't know. I don't think they're going to do that either. I think it is. I mean, as you guys know, they were working Mitch out with the Blues. So he was playing with those starter blues. So we'll see. That makes sense, Kerry. That probably will be the case, but we don't know. We can assume that will be the case because of familiarity and being a starter and working with Brunson and these guys. So Mike Brown might, depending on how things play out, he might say, I want to do something different, but these guys are comfortable together. And so he might use Josh Hart as a starter. Like you said, in those scenarios, I could see that too. I don't think he should, but I could see it. Shout out to Danny Landis in the building. Said Big Ronins in the building. Salute, bro. What's going on, Danny? Double D says, when did he hurt that finger? I don't remember when in the playoffs. I forgot when it happened. Shoot. Maybe the rest of the chat knows. I remember it happening. I just can't remember when it happened, to be honest. Everything's a blur now. Shout out to Animal Lex in the buildings. Appreciate you. Says, salute everyone. 2 small guards in the backcourt. That's crazy, not smart. It's not like it hasn't worked before, though. It can work as long as those small guards produce. So we're concerned. And I told you guys this before. I get it. The traditional thing is 2 small guards in the backcourt is a recipe for disaster, right? They're not going to be able to stop anybody. Because the height, and even if Duece is a good defender, the taller person is going to shoot over him. There's only so much Duece can do, even if he is a good defender. I get it. But as I said before, the other thing you got to think about with this Knicks team is the flip side. Yes, maybe they run into problems stopping people. Maybe the guards, whoever team they play, the guards are the ones that get off. But you still got OG Anunoby, you still got Mikal Bridges and Cat out there. Now, I know Cat's not the greatest defender, but we don't know how they're going to play and how everything is going to look. But the bottom line is, what if having that lineup of Jalen Brunson and Duece playing better this year than last year, being more consistent, makes them a tough team to stop? Maybe the people they're playing have a hard time stopping Duece and Brunson in the backcourt as a tandem. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Duece is, all world all of a sudden, but I'm saying maybe he plays better and plays off of Brunson the way they need him to. The whole point is, you guys already know the 2 players on this team, Brunson and Cat, really, for the most part, can't be stopped one-on-one. You got to try to double team them or get the ball out of their hands. And if they do that, that's when the other guys have to step up and beat you. And maybe if Duece is wide open for a mid-range jumper or a shot in the corner for 3, he knocks these down consistently. So now he becomes a weapon. You know what I mean? So I get what you guys are saying. Don't get me wrong. I understand. I'm just saying maybe this year things will be a little different. And so instead of us looking at the negative of Duce's height versus other taller players, maybe Duece becomes a weapon offensively like he was showing 2 years ago when we were in the playoffs against Philly and stuff like that. Maybe now he's not as much of a liability in that regard. Because that's the whole thing about Duece. We complain about his height and small backcourt being out there with Brunson, but it was also the fact that last year Duece had a bad season, for the most part. It finished good, but for the most part, he missed a lot of shots and didn't show up in a lot of big moments when they needed that extra thing because we didn't have a bench. This year, we've got a bench and might be an opportunity for Duece to really show and prove again. We'll see. Nothing's set in stone, but I get it. I'm not saying I don't get it. I'm just trying to look at the other side of it because I do think that this Knicks team offensively is going to be better. I think the fact that they're working on the pace and space thing is going to be huge for them. They're not going to be as predictable, and teams are not going to be able to stop them as easily. So, but we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out. Joey Rip 'em Up Sports says McCullough. He likes, that. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at it. Shout out to Miguel P in the building. What up, Miguel? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. Says salute to Ron in the chat. Let's see. That's something they may do. I mean, they may switch it up depending on what they feel makes sense. Carlos Tejada says Deuce starting during the regular season is fine, but playoffs, I think Mitch needs to start. It all depends on how everything plays out and how they look all, when they're out there playing together. But I could see it. Shout out to Anthony D in the bit. What up, Ant? Good to see you, my guy. Says salute, Knicks fans. He says, Ron, what up? Hey, my guy, Double A in the building. What up, Double A? Says salute, Ron. Chat, Mitch, we need rim defense to run and play up-tempo. It is a proven fact Towns is better at the 4. Well, yes, he's had good moments at the 4. I also saw some stats about him at center and how he has looked good. And having him at center, what it does is it brings out the best big defender on the court, which makes his offense better overall. So, it's a trade-off. Could he play better offensively and defensively guarding a 4 and being at that 4 position? Maybe. But could he stretch out the floor and bring the opposing center, which is usually the good defender that's a rim protector, out of the paint, which allows everybody else to eat? So, yeah, I mean, I get it. There's, it's going to play out however it plays out. There's good and bad to everything. And what we've already heard from Mike Brown is that he is going to move Cat around and have Cat on the move. So I got to see how this plays out, man. I'm interested to see it. Yuri says, personally, the way I see it is this. This is a good problem to have. I like it. That works. You know what it is. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for your generous super chat. My guy said Josh Hart only passes, dribbles, rebounds, and defends wings over 6'4", much better than Duece. He also only gets us 7 extra possessions a game. Josh starts. I do think that Josh is probably, I don't know, man. Look, could I see Josh starting? Yes, because this year, it won't matter as much. You know how when the Knicks are running their offense and defense keys on all of the players and they try to leave Josh wide open so he can hit that shot, or I should say so he can miss the open shot? They're still going to do that, right, if Josh starts. Now, the difference is, even if that does happen at moments, the Knicks last year had no bench, right? So we couldn't expect or get any scoring from that side. Now we do have a bench that can score. So Josh missing certain shots and opportunities isn't as big of a deal as before, because the starters were accounting for so much of the points that when the opposing defense did something like that, it would be possessions without scoring. And then, you bring in the bench, which there is no bench and they're not scoring. So it really works to their advantage. But now that you have a full team of guys at different levels that can score, it's not as big of a issue. So once again, guys, I'm telling you how I feel, what I would like to see, something like that. But if Josh started, I could see it happening too, because it won't be as big of an issue this year as it was last year, because there's points to come when they start rolling guys off the bench and bringing them in. You got guys that are scoring options. So it's not as big of a deal if we do possibly lose some possessions if Josh is left wide open and he doesn't knock it down. But on the flip side, his rebounding out there and his aggressiveness and then being able to play defense on bigger, like Parrish is saying, could help the starting lineup. So Mike Brown's going to have a lot of decisions to make, but that's why training camp is very important. That's why the preseason, and that's why I think the preseason is important. That's why I'm still wondering why these preseason games are happening so quick after just starting training camp, because I think these games actually going to mean something for this team, because we need to see these guys in action and what they can do and the different scenarios, different sets and rotations, how everything looks together. But whatever, it is what it is. We're here. Anthony D says should have gotten the surgery immediately after the season. No. So he did get the surgery, Anthony. The problem is he re-injured or re-aggravated after the surgery. So that's what happened. He got surgery already. He just needs another surgery because whatever the hell he did, re-aggravated the injury. So, yeah. So now we're talking about a second surgery. Yuri says the starting lineup is interchangeable. Agreed. Um, uh, mm-hmm. Ant says Cat is slow for the 5 spot. I got you. I mean, but most centers are slow at the 5 spot, no? Like traditionally, most centers are slow. There are a few here in the league, especially the special ones that are, different. And then you have to deal with the non-traditional centers, like for example, that maybe Dallas has the skinny, linky, faster guys, or that the Nets are gonna roll out there with what's his name? I always forget that guy's name. The lefty, I'm talking about. Like those type of centers, obviously the foot speed is going to be an issue. Oh, Silk Sutton in the bill. What up, Silk? How you been, brother? Says salute, Big Ron. Good to see you, Silk. All right, let me just breeze through. Then I'll put the link out there for those who might want to pop up. So Anthony D says again, if you put Deuce in the starting lineup, who else besides Cat can rebound? I see your point. I understand what you're saying. I'm going to say the same thing that kind of was the thought last year, but it worked initially, but it didn't work over the whole season. The first month and a half or so, it worked. Is that I feel like the Knick offense is going to be really good, so there won't be as many rebounds. I mean, it sounds kind of funny, right? But that's kind of what they were going into thinking too. And it started off well. The Knicks were knocking down shots. They were, looking crazy. The offense was looking nuts. They were averaging around 118 to 100. It was 118 to 122, something like that, as far as points. We had a couple 130 games. I think we had one 140 game in that time. Maybe that was the game against Denver. I don't remember. Whatever. I don't know. Or maybe it was Philadelphia. But the point is, things were working that the Knicks weren't missing a lot of shots. So rebounding wasn't as important. Of course, defensive rebounds are always important. But the point is, on the defensive side, Cat is down low. So offensively, that's where it matters, right? Getting second chance points and opportunities. So, I mean, that's the only way I could look at it. Really, not many teams have the luxury of a Josh Hart. Should you use him as much as you can because you do have the luxury of him? Yes. But if Josh Hart wasn't here, the Knicks would still be running into this problem. And who would they put there to help solidify the rebounding? Because they just have certain guys that aren't good, that are in positions where normally guys would be able to rebound. McCall's not a good rebounder. OG's not a good rebounder. He can, but the ball doesn't gravitate to him, should I say. So, I mean, the Knicks would still be in this position no matter what. Then who would they pick to be in that shooting guard spot? And if you really wouldn't have anybody. So outside of Mitch, you would have to go big with Mitch or maybe a Yabusele to help on the boards. So I get it. I hear where you're coming from, Anthony. Makes sense. But I just think the Knicks might not, it might not be as big of an issue if things work out the way I expect them to work out. I expect this Knick team to be an offensive juggernaut. Whether they're number one in the league on offense is another thing. But I do expect them to be top 5 and maybe top 3 in offense in the entire league. So, and if that's the case, offensive rebounding won't be as big of a deal because they'll be scoring a lot of points and not missing a lot of shots and moving the ball and getting good shots. One of the big proponents of Mike Brown's offense is move the ball until you get a good shot. Shout out to the Organic Fanatics show. What's going on, people? Shout out to everybody over there. Two Shots, Machete, New Knicks, and Raul. Appreciate you guys, man. Definitely check out the Organic Fanatics show if you haven't already. Okay. Okay. Anthony says, look, Ron, I like Duece, but Duece is limited. 2 years in a row, that little guard from Indiana outplayed him severely. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, like I said, I'm of the this year is a make or break year for Duece, right? Last year he had a lot going on. He had a new I'm not making excuses, but these are things that happen. He had a new baby, you know what I mean? That affects you no matter what, if you want to give it credit or not. Fine. But you can move on, right? It's going to affect you at certain points, but then you can move on. But then Duece dealt with the most injuries he's ever dealt with being a Knick. Um, and that affects you no matter what. I mean, injuries that you're not used to getting is going to affect you. And he dealt with multiple injuries, and he had to play hurt and play through certain nagging injuries because there's sometimes you just got to do that. So I want to give Duece the benefit of the doubt and say this year, this is his moment. It's make or break. If he don't look good in the first couple of months, then the Knicks, I mean, are going to have to decide, make a move by the trade deadline, package him with something else if they need to make a move. But I think they should give him a shot because there's just too many things that were going on last year. And then this year, if he comes in healthy, that's a good sign. 2, he's coming in to a new style of offense that could benefit him. Everybody on the team is going to benefit, but it could benefit him specifically, allow him to get better looks, better opportunities, and not settle for always being in the corner shooting a three or being at the top of the key shooting a three. Allow him to get off the dribble, make different moves, get into his mid-range bag more. That's the whole thing about Duece that I've said for years. Duece needs to shoot the mid-range shot. He's a good mid-range shot shooter. There's a reason why, and I'm not trying to be funny. There's a reason why NBA 2K gave him a top 10 rating from mid-range. He knocks him down. So why is he not shooting more of them? It's the same thing I say about Mikal Bridges. Why are you settling for so many threes when your mid-range is incredible? Like, we got to get out of the new style of the NBA, because not for nothing, guys, the style of the NBA under Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors and Klay Thompson, that's changing again because not everybody can knock it down the way they did. There's a couple teams that have built up this style of play, like Boston. And it does work to a certain extent, but we got to see if you rely on that, only you can get exposed, which the Knicks did and stop them. So you got to change up. And I think that players should do what's most necessary for their careers and how they're going to be perceived and how they can achieve certain things in the league. Stop relying on 3-point shooting. What's the point of if I go out there and miss 3 threes when I could have hit 3 twos? Right? I get 3 twos and I get 6 points and I'm helping the team. If I miss 3 threes, that's 9 points left off the screen, but it's change of possession if they get the rebound. What are we doing here? Stop focusing on 3-point shots and hit the open shot. Take the shot that matters. Yeah, I get frustrated with that, I can tell you. Okay. But let's move on. Yuri says one thing for sure is that the lineup is interchangeable. I don't see this as a bad thing. Mike Brown will experiment this preseason. Agreed. Okay, let me breeze through. Double A says, sorry, Ron, this will be in Orlando by opening night. I disagree, bro, because if you trade Duece, you got to get something back for him. You can't give Duece away. And right now, the Knicks don't want anything back. They want a open slot. So what would be the point of trading Duece for nothing? That actually is a poor business move. Even to get an open slot on your team for a Brogdon or a Shamet, I wouldn't do that, because even there's points where Shamet or Brogdon might be better at times for the team, but neither one of them you can say without a doubt will be better all season than Duece. Duece would have certain moments if he plays right that'll be very big and impactful for this team. If we were talking about some other player, that's different. That's clearly better than Duece. But I can't say that about Brogdon or or sham it. And some people might say you tripping, Ron, because Brogdon, like he's been in the league, he's done all these, but Brogdon don't stay healthy, right? Brogdon, and I said this 2 weeks ago. I showed you guys, I read to you guys the scouting report on Brogdon. He is a good defender, better than people think. But when he has to go up against fast guards, he can't stay with them. Duce can stay with a fast guard. I'm not saying that Deuce's defense is all world. He has problems too here and there. You know what I mean? But I think the matchups are a big part of it too. And like I said, it's not a clear-cut thing. If we were talking about some other player that the Knicks were bringing in and we needed to open up a spot and they were clearly better than Deuce, then you could trade Deuce and not really worried about it. But I can't say that because Brogdon could look great in the first month, get hurt, and then you traded Deuce, and now you got no Brogdon. Now what you going to be telling me? Well, man, for that, we should have kept Deuce. I know. Double A says the sign management don't think like you, Big Ron. They went after Brogdon. Yes, they did go after Brogdon. But if you look at all the trade scenarios that have been happening, and if you listen to James Edwards III, or the Knicks ain't trying to trade Deuce. They're talking about Kolek, and right now they're talking about Pacom Dadier, because you don't trade Deuce for nothing. It's just not, it doesn't make any business sense. Plus, Deuce is the type of guy that you add him, he's like icing on a trade. You figure out, because remember, there is some thought that the Knicks are probably going to make another trade down the line, a bigger trade. That's when you include Deuce. You know what I mean? You don't trade Deuce now to free up a roster spot. Deuce has to bring you something back. It doesn't, how could you not? A Deuce is a two-way player. He has the ability to score on offense. He can play defense, even if you're saying that he might struggle against taller players, but he can play defense. And he's young, and he's on a really good contract. How could you just trade him to another team for a second-round pick? You can't do that. So that's why I don't see it happening. And I think as a business, the Knicks don't see that as something they can live with doing. It just doesn't make sense. Deuce is a little too valuable to just trade him like that. They're going to have to use him in something else later. In my opinion, and I'm not the only one who says this, I think other people say it too. I know. So we'll see. We'll see, though. All right. Wow. Sharon wants to get rid of Cat. Okay. Wiz, shout out to you, my guy. Hope you're doing well. Says Deuce played the season recovering from a knee injury exacerbated by Tibbs playing him in the back-to-back 25 minutes after the injury. Then he had to miss 10 games. Deuce's wingspan is equals most 6'6" players. Yeah, that's what I said. That's why I lowered it. I was like maybe 6'6", 6'7". Then I thought about it. No, it's more like 6'6". But yeah, so I agree with that. You're not wrong there, Wiz. Joey says Hart is better off the bench. Okay. Double A says we don't need a 6'4" power forward this year. I mean, I can kind of agree with that. I think we have to be a little bit more traditional when it comes to our height. No, it's I think, is it the ring finger or the I don't know. I don't know which finger, but it's not the thumb. Shout out to Long Island Sound in the building. And no surprise, Josh Hart is kind of stupid on the court. He probably re-injured at LA Fitness. He makes bad decisions. Oh, yeah. Nick Claxton. That's who it is. Thanks, Organics. Nick Fanatic Show. I always say that. Organic Fanatic Show. I don't know why I do that. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to Dripmore in the building. Preferred barber of still Knicks fans and the Knicks community. Let's go. So, yo, what's good, Ron? All right, Anthony. But let me tell you something. Don't be surprised. And remember who said it. I mean, I'm not the only one who said it, but I've been saying it for a long time. If you look back at my shows, if you see that the Knicks roll out a starting lineup and Deuce is the shooting guard, you remember where you heard it. I mean, I hope it works out, but. Double A says you still need defensive boards to run, Big Ron. But remember, Double A, Cat only plays on the perimeter on offense. On defense, he's down low. And he is your primary rebounder. He's going to get the rebounds. It only matters on the when we talking about rebounds, we talking about offensive rebounds and positioning. Defensive rebounds, Cat is down low. Unless he's guarding a center that shoots threes, which could happen. But for the most part, he's in the area. You know, let's not forget, Cat did average 12 rebounds last year. He's going to get rebounds. Okay. All right. Shout out to Luke Skywalker. Visions in the building. Mitch will start 65 games this season. Book it. I like it. I mean, the optimism is great. Shout out to Coach Sire in the building. Said SKF Ron. Salute to you, my guy. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy Paris Douglas. Said, thank you for the generous super chat. He said, so Brown wants to run. He also wants us to run to the corners for early threes, and our best guy, Hart, rebound and pushes the ball, but don't start him. Well, remember what he said. He wants to run, but he also wants to move Cat around, right? He wants to use Cat in different moments. He even wants Cat to be a facilitator, right? So that doesn't necessarily mean you need Hart to be able to push the break. And Deuce can push a break if that's how we're playing. Brunson can push a break if that's how we're playing. Mikal Bridges can push a break if that's how we're playing. It's just that we have to be playing that way. Remember, on the Tibbs, we weren't pushing breaks because that wasn't our style. So just because and the other thing is, if Mike Brown wants to run, why would you want to have a too big lineup, right? Why would you want to have Mitchell Robinson and Cat out there, both slow-footed? Mitch can move a little better than Cat, but if you want to run, why would you have the two bigs out there? Which I know that kind of points to you saying Josh Hart should probably be out there. I get it, but I'm just saying that also shows that he'd probably want to have that extra person be a smaller, person at the shooting guard spot, outside of the guys we already know are going to start, which could be Josh Hart. It could be Deuce. It could be Brogdon. It could be Clarkson. We don't know who it could be. It could be anybody, man. Although I would not start Jordan Clarkson, because I just think that it's too many guys out there on the court at the same time who need the ball. I think it'd be better to see Jordan Clarkson coming off the bench so he can get busy and get buckets, right? Without having so many guys in the starting lineup out there with him that also could demand the ball. No, actually, I am a 4 core, and the fifth guy rotates starter. So depending on who the Knicks play, I think they should be consistently, using guys. They should give them a good amount of games playing at the starter, but I think they should be flexible and to switch it up, right? I think you should start with Deuce and see how the lineup plays. And if it doesn't play well, after maybe 5 games or so, whatever it is, switch it up. Go with a Yabusele. Try something different. Because remember, if all else fails, you already know who you could put in the starting lineup, which is Josh Hart. I'm telling you, try something different, right? Because Josh can be a starter with these guys. He's learned how to play with them, but he's also going to be a liability at points. And if that finger affects his shooting, he's going to be nothing out there. And as soon as a team goes out there with a defensive player and smacks that hand and aggravates that thing, he's going to be shaking it all game, holding his hand, walking up the court, doing all this. And then what are we supposed to expect out of that? How is he going to grab a rebound? Certain passes might even hurt him. You know, a bullet pass, a pass from Cat, and Cat's bullet passes might hurt Josh Hart. So I don't know, man. All right. Shout out to Wolverines 1986 in the building. Mets stink. They will be eliminated from playoff contention tonight. Mendoza and Stearns should be fired. I agree. That's all I got. NYC B-Ball 08 is in the building. Could have just been coaching while Macau settled for outside shots. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Why I agree. I think that's why Tibbs' system, that's how it was set up. There's another reason why, guys like Duece were in the corner or at the top of the key waiting for the shot, to hit the three. It's the style of spacing and stuff. I mean, they're still going to want spacing this year, but maybe things are going to be carried out a little better because the ball movement is going to be better. I can't even believe you said that, David. I'm just going to ignore that. He said, I would trade Bridges for Zion if that were somehow possible. I know, never. I don't care what shape. He could come in there looking like the best shape of his career. The guy can't stay in that shape. The guy gets hurt all the time, and he's an undersized power forward. The only thing that gives him any credence to be an NBA player starter is his jumping ability. His jumping ability is everything. All right, let me get to the bottom here. So Anthony D says, I keep hearing this talk about a faster pace and bringing in the Golden State offense. What does that mean? More efficiency? Yes, it means more efficiency, more offensive flexibility, and it also means making the defense have to work to stop us, right? One of the big issues that happened last year with the Knicks is that they were very predictable. We were a very vanilla offense. They knew exactly how to stop us because we had our sets and we had our style of play, the dribble, ISO ball, all that stuff. A very predictable style of play. And if you look at what Mike Brown is trying to do, he's trying to not only get the team to play faster, he has this thing where when the ball comes up the court and it gets to the front of the key, you have to pass the ball around to find good spots. But once you pass the ball to whoever, if they're going to make a move, they have 0.8 seconds to get into the paint. It's like a thing that he makes the players do so they move quicker. That's already playing faster outside of just dribbling up and down the court. The other thing is there's Mike Brown video that shows that he has certain sets where the team has to pass the ball and get the open shot. And if you think, and I'm talking about not 3, 4, I'm talking about maybe even 5 passes to get the right shot. There's a shot. I was watching it. They showed Sacramento. A guy had, I think it was Herter. He had a good shot after the passes, but it wasn't the perfect opening. You know what I mean? It could have been a better look. And he passed the ball again. They made another 2 passes until they found the layup. If Mike Brown gets the team to buy in, that's the type of stuff we're talking about. Yes, that is way more efficient. You know how last year, if you guys listened to me, that I was saying one of the things I didn't like is that when the Knicks go into shooting slumps, I thought Tibbs didn't call enough plays to get guys out of slumps. Get them easy opportunities. I don't care if it's Jalen Brunson or Karl-Anthony Towns. Get them a screen. Get them a back cut. Something to the basket, an easy layup opportunity. Just get them to see the ball going in the hoop. And the Mike Brown style, you get this type of stuff naturally. Whoever gets the opportunity gets the opportunity, but that's what you get from his ball movement. So yes, it would be more efficient, less predictable, and harder for the defense to stop, and not just reliant on us shooting threes. We would be scoring baskets a different way. So the threes would be the icing on the cake. Like when we saw last year, the Knicks in the first month and a half of the season relied on the threes, and when we stopped shooting threes, we couldn't hit threes for like a month. OG was in a super slump. Macau was still messing with his shot, and like other guys were struggling shooting threes. That wouldn't happen in Mike Brown's system because you'd be moving the ball so much that you'd have opportunities to score, high quality twos. So we'll see. All right. Okay. I think that's it for now, guys. I think it's time for me to. Oh, wait, hold on. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, we can't get anything from Duece because of the aprons. Oh, anything for Duece because of the aprons. I mean, at the moment, no. That's why I'm saying you have to trade Duece in a package deal. Like Duece would be a part of a bigger deal. When you look at this team and say, okay, I like what we're doing, but there's certain things that are not right, or how we've played the first couple months. When we get to the trade deadline, we need to make a splash because we need something different. That's when you include Duece in the trade with someone else, of course. But yeah, I wouldn't trade Duece until that point. Shout out to Isaiah Acosta. What's good, brother? Haven't been here long, but like the content. I'm going to the season up. Oh, dope. That's great, man. That's a beautiful experience. Enjoy. Listen, I wish I could go to the season opener or go to any Knicks game, man. But I looked at those prices, and right now, the way my bank account is set up, I can't do it. I'll watch it. I'll go to a watch party, or I'll watch it from home. You know what I mean? But you enjoy it, man. You definitely should take advantage of the experience and for everything it is. That there's nothing like going to opening night. It's really dope. I've been to like 3 of them. I can tell you it's a real fun experience. Okay. All right. Shout out to AP in the building. I see you. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I guess I was confused by what you were saying, Anthony. So you're saying you're missing my point. I was talking about the lineup that you were envisioning. If you're telling me you're starting Cat and Mitch with Duece, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. But no, I can't do that because if you did that, then that means either OG or McCall would be on the bench, right? You can't have Cat, Mitch, and Duece and lose one of the other guys. One of those guys got to start. So I can't see that. I think this is still Phil, right? You get another bucket getter next to Brunson in the backcourt, and JB becomes an even better ISO player. That's one reason, one pitch for Clarkson. I mean, that's true. That's true. I just think like you're gonna want Clarkson to be able to go out there and be comfortable in a free flowing moment where he's the guy, right? Because one thing we know about Clarkson is that he is not afraid to take a shot, and sometimes he gets a little trigger happy. You know what I mean? So, if he, I just want him to be able to have his opportunities. All right, well, that's what we're here for. We here to talk about it, y'all. And I'm shout out to D Rex in the building. What up, Dorkosaurus Rex? Appreciate you as always. Good to see you. Allah Wise is in the building. Look at Allah. What up? Peace. What did D-Rex say? I lost it. We said something about struggling last season. Nobody remembers that. I hear that. Nick Nation, salute. Appreciate you. Said your assistant manager got you the tickets that didn't even have to. Wow, good for you. You must be a good worker to get tickets like that. That's dope. Okay, so Anthony D says, so then Bridges is your shooting guard by default. So okay, so you want the bigger lineup and you want to shift everybody else down. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine, and that may be the way they play. All right. Okay. We good. All right. So let's put the link out there. Huh? The only thing that I'm a little saddened about this year is that I feel like Knicks fans have definitely fallen out of love with two of our players. And I just think it may not be all the way warranted, but I see it. I think a lot of guys have fallen out of love with Josh Hart, and a lot of guys have fallen out of love with Duece. I get it. And if we were coming back with the same team for the most part, right, add in a couple pieces like Yabusele and Clarkson, and Tibbs was the coach, I could say that you might have a reason to feel a certain way. And I don't know if much is going to change. But when you know Mike Brown's coming into the fold and we've got a new style of offense we're trying to play faster. First off, guys, when we say play faster, I hope all the Knicks fans out there understand this is going to be new for the Knicks. The Knicks are last in pace in the league for every year that Tibbs has been the coach. That's just not his style. That's not what he wants to do. It affects his defense and setting up and all that good stuff. So this is important. We got to let it play out and see what happens, man. I can't wait, personally. I just hope it all works out. But I know a lot of it's going to fall on Jalen Brunson. He's going to have a lot of responsibility to make this engine run. And, I saw somebody in the chat, it wasn't my show, it was somebody else's show, say something like, really, if everything works out the way it's supposed to work, Brunson might average like 22 points instead of people saying 26 points, because moving the ball and getting good opportunities means the ball doesn't have to go back to Brunson and he doesn't have to bail the Knicks out. Other guys will get opportunities and they may start scoring points and being more efficient themselves. So Brunson doesn't have to bail the team out so much, or Cat, for example. Sherwin says, not true, but I wonder what is not true. That the Knicks were one of the teams that always finished last or second to last in pace, or are we talking about something else? Are we talking about that Mike Brown doesn't want to play fast, or playing fast is not something that is new for the Knicks? I don't know, Sherwin. Maybe you're responding to something else, but let me know. I'm curious. Joey says we have bad luck with French players. I hope I'm wrong. I hope you're wrong too, buddy. All right. Sherwin says yes. Thank you, Sherwin. That really, that helps me understand exactly what you meant. Thank you. Yes to what? I just get, thanks, Sherwin. Oh, man. Shout out to Randu. He says, salute, Rand. What up, Randu? Appreciate you, my guy. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. D-Rex says, ain't playing faster with 40-year-old AARP members. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So let me get my guys. I see them backstage. Let me get them up here. Before I do that, though, did you guys, do we really feel that way? Do I have to, do y'all remember this? Took the Deuce to the trade. Come on, man. That's Deuce, baby. Let's go. Let's not forget about my guy, Deuce. And y'all better be ready for Coach Mike Brown. I know some of y'all still like, hey, man, I told y'all, hate it or love it. He's the guy. Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top. And I'm going to shine, homie, until my heart stops. That's right. He is the dude. So let's let it play out. Let me add my fellas to the mix here. Okay. I think they should be good now. And move this out the way. Oh, there we go. Salute. What's up, fellas? Sha in the building. Knicks Real Talk. We here. And my guy, Double A.
What's good, fellas?
In a minute, brother.
Well, you see, I was on a mission. It's called Nick Detox.
I
Was
got
it
you.
Nick Detox.
You had to take a break from it all. I get it.
Take a break from it,
I
baby.
hear that.
But I was still
Locked in. You was watching. I see you.
Yeah.
I think I already shouted out Nick Nation, by the way. But once again, shout out to Nick Nation in the building. Appreciate you. So, guys.
my whole argument, man.
Okay, go ahead, my brother.
My whole argument is this, Ron. Okay. People seem to forget the difference maker Mitch Robinson is when healthy and on the court. When you're going to play the way that Brown wants to play, you got to get stops. You got to get blocks, shots. You got to get turnovers to run, right? And to do that, you need more than Towns, okay? Towns is going to be playing a role as a trailer. If you remember when he was talking, his fives are going to be used either as rim runners or trailers, which is a perfect spot for Towns. And it's perfect for Mitch because Mitch can cut to the rim and Towns can be the runner with the threes. Now he's talking about he wants corners, right? Who's the best corner three shooter on the Knicks? Well, at least he's a really great above average 3-point shooter. We forget OG is, right? And Bridges, before last season, he used to make his money from threes in the corner. Okay, Brunson can shoot it from wherever. So that gives us pretty much 4 3-point shooters. So we don't need Mitch to be that. He's practicing threes, but I don't think Mitch. He won't take a 3-foot shot. So I doubt if he's going to take a 3, right? But what we need Mitch for is to cause those turnovers, to deter people from running to the rim, because that's what Mitch does. People say Mitch don't get a lot of block shots. That's because people don't try Mitch.
Thanks.
Right? Because they know what's going to happen. They don't try him. Right? So that's my whole argument of having him in there. And plus he'll flow. And you know, I just don't understand why they keep adding guards, man. Where the minutes going to come from? Maybe you fellas can help me, man. Because you got Bridges. He's starting. Come on. If you talk about Bridges not getting major minutes, you're gonna get Dolan on the phone talking about why you make me sign that check for that dude if he ain't playing. You know what I mean? So he's gonna play the majority of minutes as shooting guard. Brunson's gonna play the majority of minutes at point guard, so it don't leave a lot of minutes. Clarkson needs his minutes, right? Hart needs his minutes if you bring him off the bench. So it doesn't really leave a lot. So that question and my last question, and I've been saving this one for you, Ron, is I think the Knicks Rose is making the same mistake he did with Isaiah Hartenstein, signing Arbaselli to a 2-year player option second year. We're going to end up losing him. If he shows out, we're going to lose him.
That's what we can afford. That's the dumb side about this cat thing now that they got out now, because we can't really give them that incentive. You know what I mean? We don't have the money. It's cap.
Right.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying. Next year, bro, I think they're going to be a shakeup. And that's why I really don't understand why the Knicks, they keep promising this. They keep promising this. I thought preseason, they kept talking about it. Summer League, they talked about it. So I thought this is finally the year we're going to see the Knicks youngins fill those sub spots and get some development and get some court time. Because, look, man, it's Kolik's second year. We should know what we have. If he can't sub Brunson for 12, 13 minutes, he don't deserve to have a Knicks jersey, right? Trade him for somebody that could help or something else. I really think that we desperately need a big man to back up Mitch because, you know, he's better playing those 20 to 25 minutes at center. You know, and you don't want to like keep bouncing Cat from the 5 to the 4. You know, keep him at the 4. You know what I mean? But have that insurance, man, because remember what happened to us last year. I mean, we lost Isaiah. We never replaced him, right? And then Mitch really didn't come back, and that's what it is. You know, we're lucky this year. We're starting off with Mitch, but if we keep him to that 20 to 25 minute range, he still could be as productive as playing 30 minutes. He's one of them type of guys that you can get 30-minute production in 20 minutes from him. You know, plus he can go all out. You know what I mean, fellas?
I see your point. Okay, so two things I want to say back to you, and then obviously Shaq can weigh in. First thing is, unfortunately, they did what they had to do because they knew they had a need, right? We needed a power forward to join this club. And if we could find a power forward that could also stretch the floor, even better, which is what they found in Yabusele.
I like him. Don't get me wrong. I like him.
I hear you. So, but they had to do what they had to do. And they had to give, these are Knicks contracts that they give everybody. Basically, it's usually a 2 with an option. Sometimes it's a 3. But the issue is the money and what you have tied up. And then there's still an unknown thing about what's going to happen when you bring in a new player. But they had to do it. And I think they did it the way that they usually do with guys who've come into the team for the first time. Unless you're already a proven star. But the flip side is what you're concerned about, AA, you are 100% right. And unfortunately, 2 weeks ago, Fritz let us all hear about it. And yes, there's a big chance that we are going to lose Yabusele the same way we lost Hartenstein because we don't have his bird rights. If we had his bird rights, we wouldn't be talking about this. But the fact that we don't have his bird rights is a huge problem. And that means that we can't, money-wise, we can't match. Like another team can come in and offer Yabusele a bigger amount of money, and he could decide to go. It's a bad spot.
The only bad thing about that situation is if we don't get a championship. If he comes and plays real good and then he leaves, it happens. You know what I mean? If we win a championship with him and he wants to leave, then too, it is his choice. And I mean, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to consign him again or give him another little something extra to incentive for another year, whatever the case may be. But to get back to Double A's point when he talked about Mitch, not really point, but that was great. That was great. What up, D-Rex? That was great. I think Mitch should start. But I also see the side of a lot of people starting to talk about Duece starting as well. I see it as two things about Duece starting is the point of attack defense that Duece can bring into the starting unit, and he can shoot. That's kind of like a 1A, 1B, and that it gives our second unit Josh Hart to be the small forward in the second unit with Clarkson and Malcolm to be the point guards over there, and this way we can have Mitch and Yabusele with Clarkson, Malcolm, and Josh Hart. Plus, I think Josh Hart needs to stay in the second year now because of what the finger is going on right now. You know, I mean, he doesn't. In my opinion, I don't think he starts just because of the finger. I think he last year. I mean, let's be realistic. We won 51 games with Josh Hart starting. Let's not forget that Josh Hart had like how many triple-double games? The broke Clyde's record and all that stuff. Let's not forget all this stuff. One of the highest rebounding guys, also played a lot of minutes last year. I think he was in the top 10 in playing minutes.
He was number one, actually, I think. Maybe after
he was number one, right? I thought it was 37 or something like that, right? 36. I was going 36, 37%. So, I mean, it's an argument that you could say about Josh Hart. This unit last year, let's be realistic too. We averaged 95 points. This starting unit was smoking high last year. It was averaging about 95, 97 points last year in the starting unit. So if we put Duece in there, it's not we're going to lose something. And if they're going to run this new offense that they're talking about, Mitch will benefit from that too. Because just like Brown said, let's throw the ball up to Mitch. He could get 6 points just by throwing it up to him. So they're going to start looking to do that. If they push the pace, like I always want these guys to do, it's going to be a different way of looking at this team. And on that, this is not Tom Thibodeau's teams no more. We're not focusing on defense as much. Our offensive rebounding and all that stuff, it shouldn't be as much. All these things about rebounding shouldn't be as much because we should be scoring the basketball. You know what I mean? So if we score the basketball more, we don't need as many offensive rebounds. Defensive rebounds, I think we could be okay if Cat and OG can grab a couple more, and have to be more team defensive rebounding in the starting if we start Deuce. I have a great point about Josh Hart starting to because of the rebounding and pushing the pace. So there's so many ways that we can talk about this team. There's three or four starting units that we could talk about. You know what I mean?
What about the best offensive rebounder in the NBA?
That's a fact. I'm 100%. I'm a Mitch Hart. Don't get it twisted.
Starting lineup. See, those are the two things I think Mitch brings: is rim protection, the threat to the opposing team that don't drive in the lane, and then offensive rebound. He's the best at it, the best in the game, right?
The downside to that, the downside to that aspect is we questioned Brunson's playability last year when he was getting doubled and triple team coming over the point, over the paint. We put Mitch in there. Who's going to help Brunson push the ball now?
Well,
and I mean, who's going to help?
To me, Sean.
I mean, who's going to help? Who's going to help Brunson push the ball? You know, I mean, all those plays that we talked about. He's getting tired because we got
Bridges. He can dribble.
Of course. That's what I would think.
What I'm saying is Brunson. It was like he refused to give up the rock. He forced the issue. He forced and he just took time off the clock. By the time he got past the half-court line, we had 9 seconds left to shoot. So if we're playing fast, that's going to be, you ain't got to worry about who's bringing up the ball or Brunson bringing up the ball, right? Because the ball is going to be in the air. Hopefully.
Right.
Pass.
I mean, that's fair. The other thing, too, is so two things. Obviously, one, we all know this. People are saying it in the chat, too. The one thing that you worry about having Mitchell Robinson out there with Cat is that they're both going to be slower. And if you want to push and get up and down the court, one, they'll be slower doing it. Two, you might tire them both out a lot more. And then that affects certain things that you're trying to run out there.
That's if you're in natural positions. But if you're playing fast, hectic basketball, fast breaking, you're not going to have the traditional big man is under the rim. Or a big man's going to run from half court back.
Well, they might be a trailer or something. Yeah, it might be like trailing.
And that's what Brown. That's what Brown says he wants for his center, to be a trailer. And what better trailer than Cat that can hit the 3-pointer? What better rim rocker than Mitch? So there you go. You got the perfect combination to accomplish that for him.
Well, here's the other thing, Double A though. But so Mitch's biggest asset. And I know I got my brother backstage. I'll bring him up in a second. But the other thing is Mitch's biggest asset is his offensive rebounding. But what if there's no offensive rebounds for him to get because the Knicks are playing a lot more efficient?
That's a great point.
And not settling for threes. We're actually settling for we're working towards the right shot, which means an open, efficient shot, which means less rebounding opportunities for Mitch. And so, therefore, I mean, I'm not saying he can't do anything else. We know he can help defensively. I'm just saying that's one of the biggest things of Mitch that you don't really have to focus on as much. So switching things up and going with a smaller person in the lineup, or even going with Yabusele, is not necessarily a bad thing. And another thing too is, here's the thing that I worry about with guys like Mitch, with guys like Brogdon. Another reason why I don't want them starting.
Here it comes.
I want to limit their minutes. I don't want them to be out there playing a lot, because no matter what, in the starter's role, you're going to get more minutes. And so I want to limit that because I want to keep these guys fresh and effective to help the team.
That's why I said we needed a starting caliber backup center more than we need another guard. You keep adding guards, man. You know what I mean? Where the minutes going to go for them? You got two stars. They're going to eat up the minutes at shooting guard and guard, but you keep bringing in guards. We got Clarkson. We got Duece. We got Kolek, who should be playing or get traded. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying is, we need more of a balance. And yes, we need to keep Mitch at 20 to 25 minutes. But to keep the flow, you got to get that starting caliber backup center, because sooner or later Mitch going to miss games. Mm-hmm. Same thing for having him in there for his offensive rebounding. Sure, it's going to be games, hopefully, we're shooting lights out and we don't need them. But it's good to have a gun in your pocket. You know what I mean?
Right.
In case.
I hear you. Let me say one more thing before I gotta let me change this while I bring my guy in here, because for whatever reason this thing I gotta change it. It's gonna look a little weird, guys, so let me just add it and then switch it out real quick, because I don't know why that's even there. But okay, all right, don't mind me. That's a different show, folks. But
Yeah, that's weird. We're invisible.
all right,
I'm a ghost.
hey, okay, there we go.
Oh, what's up, Corey?
Oh,
My man sitting outside.
Hey, Corey.
What's good? What's good? What's good? Yo, shout out to Shy. Shout out to my peoples.
Peace,
Ron.
brother.
You know what I'm
Peace.
saying? It is what it is. Yo, the
Good to see
butcher's
you, brother.
coming. The butcher's coming. Stop it.
Yes.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Yo, listen. Watch out. All right, check me out, right? Nothing. Yo, go over there, please. Check me out. Like, check me out, yo. Oh. No. All right, cool. Come in. Now we over here. I'm over here at my big dog, my big bro house. Well, check me out, right? For real. Let's take this slow, y'all. Hold on a second. We overthinking, Nick fan. I had this conversation last night with Freezy. We overthinking. We don't know what the Mike Brown situation is going to be. It's a big question mark. Let's live with it. Let's live with it. Stop throwing the Tibbsism in it, because we know what Josh Hart did for the last 2.5 seasons. The last year and a half of OG. We don't have Randall no more. We had a whole year Cat. We had 2 years of Brunson. We done had 3 years of Deuce. Let's breathe. Knicks fans, breathe. Soak it up. Soak it up, man. None of us, look, there's 5 of us up here. You know what else? None of us are Nostradamus. Stop it. We overthinking it. We overthinking. We want a certain aspect. We're expecting certain things. Expectations is 0, as far as I'm concerned. The only expectation is 2 steps further than the last step we left off at. You know what that was, right? Number 1, get to the Eastern Conference Final. And number 2, winning the NBA champion. Get to the NBA championship and winning the championship. Excuse me, that's 3 steps. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Let's breathe, y'all.
Okay. I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Hey, Knicks fans, yo, and I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? If y'all was sitting around last night listening to us talk about it, yo, Freezy brought a whole lot of different types of things to it, and I sat back and I thought about it, and it was correct. Because what if they do start Brogdon? And then and check me out. If they do that, now you know the Knicks medical staff is going to be working overtime, make sure they keep them healthy for at least 60 games. That's not including playoffs. We got to accept that if that's going to be the role. We don't know what's going to happen until the first preseason game. That's who Leon Rose. I ain't F Mike Brown. Mike Brown is just a chess piece. He's a major chess piece, but he's not the chess piece that's going to be the end all to say it all what we roll with. You understand what I'm saying? We have to relax, breathe. Kilo, I've been doing it the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Listen, it took me a good minute to get over my mourning period of the fact that where we, you know what I'm saying, how we lost, the way we lost, and all that stuff like that. Then we had to deal with the back kicking in of Tibbs. Then we had to do the whole blame period. Then we had to figure out where we're gonna get a coach at, who's gonna be our coach. Now we sitting in here trying to tell this man how to implement his plan.
I
We're
think it's
doing too
more.
much.
I think it's more of us giving ideas. You know what I'm saying? That's what Knicks
No,
fans do, Corey.
blood.
We give our ideas and our opinions, and there's nothing
And
wrong with
bro,
that.
you're not wrong for that. Yo, look at me, big dog. Big dog.
Mhm.
You are not wrong for giving your ideas. But we armchairs quarterbacks. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said, Tibbs forgot more basketball in his pinky finger. How you think this man done forgot more basketball in his pinky finger and the middle finger? You know what I'm saying? Mike Brown's gonna do what Mike Brown got to do with dealing with what he has to do with, and I think he's gonna get the most out of the situation.
Yeah.
God willing, until we get to the playoffs. That's gonna be the biggest, biggest, biggest attribute and thing we got to think about the most. When we get to the playoffs. And the telltale signs will be in the details that lead up to it, which is the regular season.
I,
Everything's gonna be played.
I feel you, man. I think that's one of the best things the Knicks are gonna do because I think the Knicks this year is gonna be more of a West Coast playing team under this guy. This guy's put a lot of in the West, and if the system that he wants to implement is a run and gun type system that runs very
Okay.
well in the West, you know what I mean? And
Mhm.
I think that bringing a little bit of the New York defense with a lot of West Coast swing, I think it really can improve the Knicks. We're gonna have this team's gonna be totally different from what it is last year. I mean,
Or at least
I
ran
stress this.
differently.
I don't. Yeah,
Ran
I've
differently.
been stressing it enough. 51 games, man. We won last year with no bench. Now we got a bench. What's gonna happen this year?
Exactly. But yeah, and with that said, inshallah, big bro. You know what I'm saying? Inshallah, big bro. Because you're correct in a lot of different ways. Because the way that he's gonna implement these players, we have what 4 or 5 different brand new functioning pieces that might be added to the team, not
Back.
including, you know what I'm saying, not including, the one we brought back, and then now, and then you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying.
Even the
Listen,
young guns is
with all
better.
with all due respect to Malcolm Brogdon, I respect his career. I respect him as an athlete, but he ain't proved nothing to me until he get on the court. So I'm not putting him in the high esteem until he makes the roster. And you know what I'm saying? And if we have to make a sacrifice for him being on the roster, it better be good. Because you know what I'm saying? It's the balls to the wall
He's also playing
aspect
statistically
right
the
now.
worst basketball of his career, pretty much. Pretty much every metric.
Beg your pardon?
He's playing like statistically some of the worst basketball of his career right now. His numbers is not
He
good.
has been. Because for whether he's actually been hurt or franchises has been labeling him to be hurt is the goal of what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I so don't see the advantage with him. I miss him.
Now, of course you don't see it because you don't think franchises do that. Just you know what I'm saying, to sacrifice their team to get to a certain draft prospect. You know, like the tanking is for real.
Oh yeah.
You know, he was in Washington last year.
I
Oh,
know,
Malcolm
but
Brogdon.
still, like his
No,
3-point
no, no,
number
no, no. But yo, bro. Check me out. Dunk. I'm about to call you somebody else. Regasaurus, bro. Yo, just because that man had an irritated corn, he's out to 6 to 8 weeks. This gives us a bigger reason to what? Tank. You got to understand the politics and the way they do things now in the league. Even though at the end of the day, Adam
Oh, but
Silver is
look,
not
at the end of the day, the guy
rewarding
wants to go
Adam.
out and hit
Hold on
his
a second. I'm
shots
not
when he
done,
needs to play.
bro. I'm not done.
I mean, you've been going for a while.
Adam Silver is not with the tanking. If he has not proven something to anybody in the last 2 to 3 seasons, he rewards the franchises that he needs to save when it comes to the draft. Let's keep it real, y'all.
I mean, I am
Yeah.
keeping it real, bro. The guy doesn't want to go out there and miss every shot, even when he does get the chance to play on a
I'm just
thinking
confused
team.
a little bit how we got here, because I understand that there's some hesitancy as to what impact Malcolm Brogdon is going to have, because obviously he gets hurt a lot, and he's gotten hurt recently. I don't know how many. What did he play? 20-something games last year or something like that? I don't know what it was, but and because of it, we saw that everything declined. He looked like D-Rex said, looks the worst of his career. And I understand that, nobody's really sold on him. And I appreciate what you're saying, Corey. Like, you need to see him go out there and do it first before we can praise him or even expect him to be a part of this unit like that. I'm with it. I'm cool with it. Once again, part of the reason why I don't want him starting. I don't want to put him in a situation where we got to expect or rely on him more than we need to. The dude only played like 20-something games, and we want to put him as a starter on this Knicks team? Like, I get it. Like, from the standpoint, here's another thing, too. We throwing away guys, right? We're throwing away their ability to do something. Everybody is concerned about Jalen Brunson dribble. That was under Tom Thibodeau. This is under Mike Brown. As we said before, the coach tells the player what to do. The player goes out there and does it. If Mike Brown says, I don't want the dribble, I don't expect Jalen Brunson to dribble. That's what I'm saying. Like, so we can't say that Jalen Brunson is not a facilitator. He can't. We know Jalen Brunson can do a lot of different things on the court. Do we want to have an adequate backup for him? Yes. But a backup means a backup, right? It doesn't mean starting alongside of him. So, like, why would we want to put Brogdon in the starting lineup when we're looking for a backup? Have Brogdon come off the bench as the backup to spell Brunson whenever we need it. If they want to play along, side of each other at certain times, fine. But that shouldn't be the starting lineup, in my opinion, especially with a guy who can't stay healthy. If he could stay healthy, that'd be different. But there's no track record for that, so I don't want to go there.
Because it's like going back to like when we signed Kemba. It's like trusting an injury-prone player with an important role on the team.
And we signed him because he fell in our laps. Nobody was talking about no Kemba Walker when we got Kemba. Nah. All of a sudden, like, oh, Kemba Walker, New York.
That was the same kind of knee-jerk reaction that we had last year when we signed Cat.
Sign those players.
Right. Well, let me just shout out a couple more people before we go and then introduce Jay to the panel, of course. Let me get this super chat going real quick. You know what it is. Shout out to my guy, NYC Ball 08. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, how many Knicks All-Stars this season? Good question. Maybe, I don't know. Well, I don't know what you guys think on the panel. How many real quick, how many All-Stars you guys think? 2, 3?
It should be the same amount that was last year.
Look at double
7.
I said core 4, baby.
Oh, wow. I mean, that would be nice. Look, the most I've seen from a team, I think, is 3. I think
1970 Knicks, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but basketball's changed so much. They don't put them in the way they used to.
Didn't recently the Celtics have like 3 or something like that?
They had 3.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So I could see maybe 3, maybe. We'll see. And also, let me get to your other super chat before this one was. Is it championship or bust this season, or are you okay with just making the finals? Oof. All right. I'm gonna have to say something after this, and people are gonna flip out. But first, let me just say, is it championship or bust? Just quick answer, guys. I'm gonna move up to everybody. I'm gonna leave Jay for last because I want to get his answer and then get his thoughts on coming into what everything. I'll say mine first. Making the finals is good enough for me this year. I know I said it. You ain't ready for it, but look, I want to make the NBA finals. If they can win it, great. But I need to make the NBA finals. It's not, if they don't win a championship, it's not a bust for me. Let's make the NBA finals. Go ahead, Double A.
You're young, man. You got time and shit.
I ain't that young. I've seen enough basketball. I want it. I want the championship.
There's a joke, bro, that I want, when I die, I want New York Knicks pallbearers. You know why? so they can let me down one last time.
Mighty strong.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. That was good. That was good.
Oh, that was a good one. Oh, snap.
Oh
So
man.
I guess your answer is championship or bust.
Yeah, man, come on, bro.
I hear you. All right,
bro.
let's keep it brief. I want to get to everybody. Sha.
Let's get to the finals and see what happened.
Okay.
Let's
All
see
right.
what happened. Let's
All
get to the finals and see what happened. I think everything's a stepping stone. So this would be another step. We clinch the East, get the Eastern, do all the stuff, get some accolades, put some stuff up in the banners. Let's get to the finals this year. Let's see what happens.
Okay. D-Rex.
I have like a whole. Are we doing intros or like what's the
No, we're just answering this. I'm gonna go to Jay and I'm gonna come back to you so you can get
Cut and dry, blood.
No, championship or bust. Get out of here. What are you talking?
Ooh,
It was championship or bust for me last year, let alone this.
All right.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
All right. What you think, Corey?
You already know me. It's the 2-step. We got the step one, got to the finals. So 2 steps. Get to the championship and win that MF.
All right.
How dare we? How dare we? Yo, listen, man.
Hey, short and quick, man.
Hey, I'm gonna say this real quick. Like my daddy said, playing with the and not aiming for the pum get you nothing.
Okay. All right. I mean, there's truth there. I can dig it. I can dig it. All right. Okay. Jay, your quick answer to this question.
Well,
Ain't nothing
let
quick
me
with him.
start off by saying,
You're one.
anyway, peace and blessings, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, whatever it is for me. It's morning. I think the answer is if we don't get to the championships, we fail. So,
So wait, are you saying if we don't get to the finals, we fail, or if we
it's a failure of a season? Period. It's a failure of a season because we have made a step up every year until then, and we should have won it 2 years ago. So now we've stocked the whole bench up, and if we don't go over there right now and win the championship, and Ron, I'm gonna tell you something. You say that now, that you're okay with getting to the championship. But when we get to the championship and if we don't win it, I don't think you'll feel okay. So I
will. Look, you're right. You're right. I'm gonna keep it funky. It depends. I am one of those. It depends. If we go to the say we make it to the NBA Finals, and I don't know, we face OKC, for example, and we get
likely, by the way,
6 or 7 games and we lose. I'm not okay with losing, but I can respect it. But if we got swept by OKC or lost in 5, I'd be feeling totally different. Or say OKC gets knocked out, and then everybody's licking their chops. OKC's not here? Okay. And say somebody like Denver makes it. And then the Knicks have to go up against Denver. And we lose to Denver after smacking Denver all the time? No, I'd be pissed. So, yes, it depends.
I mean, it's like two things could be the same. You know the whole thing. I mean, so
there's a lot of ways it could go down.
For me, it's finals or bust. Period.
Okay.
Period.
All right, now let me chime in real quick. Yo, I'm not gonna say totally comfortable with how we ended off. I mean, but to some degree, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, yo, ECF. We got there. We let go our head coach. So once we let go of our head coach, now that right there and tell me the front office is like,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Nah, this was not good enough.
Yeah.
We did not get to what was the mark for real. Let's stop playing, man.
Especially the way we lost it.
Come on, man. Can we get to the man? I'm trying to be so respectful, man. I can't think of how I want to say this, but can we get to the bullseye? Period.
Yep.
The bullseye. Can we get between the legs?
No,
How about that?
okay. I mean, yeah, that's a little different than the boat. Okay, yeah, I hear you. All right, okay, we good. All right, so let me get back to Jay. Jay, you coming in? Appreciate you. Salute to you, my brother. Good to see you as always.
Be right back. Give me a second.
All right. But before you go, let me just get this out the way, because if I don't, then it goes even longer. Shout out to Q Burrow, brother, in the building. Q Burrow. Shout out to D-Ras in the building. Long Island Sound in the building. HRM in the building. Chris Gotti's in the building. Latoria B is in the building. Let's go. Appreciate you. Shout out to APAP. Shout out to Lonnie Meeks. Shout out to my guy King Ribby in the building. Billy Goat in the building. Salute, Billy. And shout out to 40 times Scope. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. Maybe I'm tripping. Or maybe you've been here. I don't know. But appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here. And so let me, real quick, guys, before I let you go, Jay, because then, people going to be complaining later.
You ain't hearing me. Go ahead, brother.
You know what it is. Thank you for the generous super chat. Paris said, love, Deuce, and Kolick, but if they're relied upon, it means we're not championship material. Deuce and Kolick are starters for third-tier teams, not champions. Okay.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Deuce?
All right. Oh, okay. And then shout out to my brother's brother from another. Hey, Mr. Divine. Knicks Real Talk in the building. Appreciate you for the generous super chat. Appreciate you, my guy. And Divine said the other day, I was watching on Knicks Real Talk, that he pops in the chat, and obviously he's doing stuff, running around. He would love to be on the panel, but he just can't. But he's in the chat watching and supporting the show. And I appreciate you as always, as well as Sha, always being here and showing the love, man. Can't thank you guys enough. That's why I'm always there when I can to tune into y'all show, because the love is love. It's real. All right, y'all. Okay, Jay, sorry, I had to get that out the way, but back to you.
So good. First of all, I want to shout out my man Divine. Peace to the whole chat. Can't wait for the show Wednesday or Friday, whenever we said we were going to do it again. Well, anyway, if you don't mind starting from the beginning, so I know where we are right now. I'm only playing. Listen, here's the deal. We have a good team. I think that right now, the questions that I heard that were being said when I jumped in, because I was doing something earlier, was talking about who was going to be the other starter, or what was the
yeah. I mean, that was a big part, talking about the starting lineup, and if Deuce should be the starter, or if they should go with Mitch or something. That was a big talking point.
Okay, so I want to chime in on this thing. I think, and I say this on a regular basis, and we have a Lego. I'm gonna say this. This is Legoland. Our team is Legoland. We can remove pieces and put pieces in different places and make different lineups for different situations. I know they're going to make a steady lineup. However, I don't think whoever comes in may stay in for more than 1 minute, depending on the team that we play, or 2 minutes, or whatever seems right. Let's say it's Mitch for a night. We need double big men, and that's how it starts. All right. But if that's the starting lineup, it doesn't necessarily mean that Mitch is going to stay in the entire time more than 2 minutes, depending on how the running gun is, right? As far as Deuce goes, let's be honest about it. Deuce took a step back last year. However, I really believe that due to the schemes and the way the coaching was and the way things were, I'm not going to give him full fault on that, right? Like how many minutes he had or when he got put in the game, not full fault, but he has to show me something this year, because Deuce, to me, he's still Miles. To me, he got to be Deuce. Come out and be Deuce. And if he's the start, I prefer him to start. and let the big boys come off the bench with Yabusele and Mitch come off the bench and play big ball and play like that. And the reason why I prefer him to start, or I prefer him to start, but I definitely don't prefer Brogdon to start. I'll take that out right now. I want that out of the thing. That's not even a thought. So if it's between, to me, it doesn't matter. Mitch or Miles, it doesn't matter. But the thing that Miles brings is that he brings that half-court press that they were doing to Brunson, and you can no longer do that anymore because I've been barking up every microphone I can possibly get to say that we need two combo players back there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep it real. Brunson is a combo player. He is not a direct point guard.
Right.
He is a scoring guard who can pass, obviously. He upped his game even more than he upped his game the year before by putting all that in, implementing all that. The best part of this whole situation is we coming in fresh leg. They waited for Mitch to get fully healthy. Now he's fully healthy. So, to me, I would put Duece in there right now because that's the fastest. Can't press either one of those guys. The ball gets across the court. Now you got 3 ball handlers between Bridges, him, and Brunson, and you got more than 4 shooters from the corner, 5 shooters if you got Towns. So everybody's shooting from the corner, everybody's shooting from the side. I would take that in a heartbeat. Now, how long he stays in there before he gets replaced with Clarkson? See, it's not going to be. People always say that second unit. 5 people don't come in at once generally. You understand? So you'll get 3 people, then 2 will stay, and then 2 people will leave, and another 3 will come out, and that's how it works out. So it's not going to ever be Brogdon, Clarkson, this guy, Yabusele, that guy, Hart. They're gonna interchange it. That's the Legoland. That we have Legoland on our team. And I think that's the reason why it is not only finals a bust, it's championship a bust for me.
Okay. I mean, listen, that makes sense. That's fair.
Right.
And I think everybody who feels that way is entitled to it. And it makes sense. I'm not so far on the other side that I'm like, no, you don't, you're not right. I'm with it. It's right there. It's either I'm saying NBA finals, but championship or bust it's right there. So
yeah.
So let me say this real quick and then get to D-Rex so he can get his thoughts off. Hold on. Sorry. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Shout out to Apaka Knicks now. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here.
Yo, cheers, yo, Double A.
Cheers, brother.
So the other thing too about Duece starting is that, remember, and I keep saying this year is going to be different. We don't know exactly how it's got to play out. As to what Corey said before, we got to let Mike Brown do his thing. Let him cook. Let's see what he comes up with. Shout out to Knicks will be 2026 champs in the building as well. Salute to you. But what if we don't see them do the traditional thing, even with Duece as a starter, where he's not the main facilitator a lot? Maybe it's Duece. Maybe this goes back to the off-ball thing where they start, and you already know Mike Brown said he wants to use Brunson in off-ball situations a lot more this year. So maybe having Duece in that role isn't that big of a deal because Duece will be playing a different role. And we've seen Duece before, right, facilitate and be the point guard. What the problem is, when we saw him do that, it wasn't this Knicks team. So maybe Duece looks a little better bringing the ball up the court and facilitating when he's passing to Brunson and Bridges and OG and Cat. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, let's let it play out and see what it is first. before we, say it won't work or there's no way this can possibly benefit the team. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but let's see what it is.
That Detroit series, man, I'm sorry, bro. That did it for me.
Yeah.
You watched the Detroit
but-
series, the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, he was bullied. I mean,
no,
wait. We also be fair. The Pistons had us shook for a few stretches.
They had us all shook. Yeah, a little
You
bit.
gotta be real.
But can I say something though? Real talk, yo. And I kind of think I know what Ron's alluding to. This is a different way of we employing. See, you all are so stuck. We've been stuck in Tibbs' situation for like the last 5 to 6 seasons. We've been thinking about how we look at basketball from Tibbs' way of doing things. You got to think. Mike Brown had Donovan Mitchell and what's the young man name? The other guard,
Russ Garland.
Garland, and he employed them totally different than how we thought, and he made them effective to some degree. I'm not saying that we're going to get the same thing. It might be totally different, y'all. Let's be more open-minded.
Mike Brown didn't coach the Cavs.
Yeah, I was thinking. I don't think he had when he was with the Cavs. He didn't have them.
LeBron, excuse me.
I knew what you really meant. Yeah, I hear you.
But the whole point of it all is that not even that, but De'Aaron Fox and my other guy. I apologize. My other guy, when he did the whole little Kentucky backcourt thing.
Malik Monk, Corey.
Malik Monk. All right. You know what I'm saying? We don't know how it's going to entail itself. Because you got to think also, too, they had one of the best offenses out there with Malik Monk as well as De'Aaron Fox. He's just trying to speed up what we had. And we don't know if he's going to do with that. We don't know how he's going to employ it. You know what I'm saying?
He can't get any slower, that's for sure.
Listen, I'll tell you like this. The only thing I can guarantee is this.
That's a fact.
Yo, the one thing I can guarantee is Josh Hart is probably more than likely is going to be on the outside looking in.
Yeah, he's off the bench for sure. I'm with you on that.
You know what I'm saying? And ain't no shade thrown to Josh Hart. Yo, listen, but it's still, son, at the end of the day, it's still no shade of Josh Hart and what he does.
No, definitely not. It's better for us.
It's better for him. It's better for him.
Better for him too, yeah.
Okay then.
Yeah, he wanted that last year, my brother. He
even talked to the coach.
I don't think he really wanted to be a starter. Period.
He never wanted. He said, "Take me on from the bench from the beginning of last year."
But I was in what scenario?
Yeah,
the playoff
scenario. You know what though? Like you said,
it was the playoff scenario.
Right, but no shade to him because we ended up going one game more in the victories with him as a starter. So yes, no shade to him.
Well, hold on. So yes, it's true. Josh was willing to, because you guys remember when we started the season, Josh was lost. He even said it. I don't know. He didn't know his role. Going back to the whole people not knowing their roles. Okay. But he didn't know what he was doing out there. He couldn't find himself. He didn't look like Josh Hart that he knew. Right. And then finally they figured out how to use him and he was a lot more effective. But and Josh said that he didn't mind going to the bench and doing whatever was necessary for the team. However, after the season has played out, Josh has played the season. Josh feels certain things. This is the same thing that happened with Dante DiVincenzo.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are, used to being backups. They've been starters here and there, but they're used to being backups. They've never
overusage.
Yeah, they've never had this level of success anywhere.
Can I jump in really quick on this one?
I'm not. You don't even have to jump in, bro, because I'm about to go to you so you can get yours off.
Bam.
Yeah. They never had this level of success. That level of success changes their mindset. Dante DiVincenzo was perfectly fine being a backup and then coming into the role of whatever they need. But after he had that incredible season with the Knicks, hey, now I see myself as a starter. Well, I got these many minutes. Look at what I did. I've never seen myself do this either. I like what I did. I feel like I could do this again. Josh Hart had the best season of his career with the Knicks. So he's looking at himself. Hey, I think I could be a starter in this.
9 triple doubles.
He just said that recently. I think I could be a starter. So it's, you might feel like you're going to do whatever it is for the team, but deep down, you've seen success that you've never seen before as a starter. You want that. But okay, let's move on.
But Ron, real quick.
Mhm.
You also know that. Also, too, Josh Hart knows that he's not trying to play no more than 4 or 5 more seasons of basketball.
Well, I don't know.
He said that. No, he said that.
Oh, because
he's not trying to play past 35.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? You still got to understand how, in his mind, still for what he plans on doing. This man ain't trying to play past. He's trying to be in the Knicks. He's trying to usurp a Wally Zerbiak or what's my man name? The other dude.
You want to commentate?
Yeah. He's definitely got the
Mike Breen.
Exactly, not Mike Breen. The other guy.
No. He's talking about the dude that's with the other white dude that's with him. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, the dude from Brentwood.
Yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So listen, that's what he's talking himself into. He's talking himself into that because he knows that he can still have the Roommates podcast still for as long as Brunson is still a Knick, because he's betting. He's hedging his bets on the roommate. He's hedging his bets on Brunson retiring as a Knick. So you got to think. This is what these cats are premeditated. Yo, don't get it effed up. Yo, let's stop playing. Matter of fact, we had a long talk last night about how players can direct their direction on where they really want to go last night.
Mm-hmm.
And then Breezy had to go back in his bag and pull out the fact that Cat said that he could be a Knick whenever he wanted to. And he had insight on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
There's a cat that he took. Hold on a second, stop.
Are we going to plan out Josh Hart's entire career right now? I'm sorry, Corey. Are we going to talk about their entire career history before they got to the Knicks and afterwards here? Because this is a lot.
No, bro. Tranquilo, papi. Tranquilo, papi. Breathe. Yo, you got some water down there. Sip it real quick.
What I would like to do is, first off, D-Rex has been waiting. I want to get to D-Rex so he can get his off.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Let me let him get his off. And the other thing I wanted to say is, where did it go? I lost it. Oh, I think the player what you guys were talking about was Alan. I mean, the person was Alan Hahn, being like an Alan Hahn.
Alan Hahn, yeah, indeed.
Right. Yeah. Shout out to Walter Blackman. Appreciate that, Walter. And we'll see. I can't say nothing yet.
Yeah,
I'll let y'all know if it starts percolating again.
Yeah, let him marinate.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Go ahead, D-Rex. I apologize. I also have a question from Divine after you're done, and I have my bombshell that I'm going to drop that everybody's going to hate. But okay.
All right, my bad. I don't usually do that.
Divine.
I don't usually do, but whatever. I have something I thought would be nice for everyone to hear.
Yeah. Go ahead, D-Rex. The floor is yours, and let D-Rex cook. Let him get his off, man.
I'm gonna mute and sip on my Corona.
So, last year I think was a referendum on the Josh Hart starting unit because it was the one that played the most minutes and the worst plus minus. That's the whole takeaway in a nutshell, But I would like for people, which I know is traumatic, but you got to heal, you got to work through trauma. It's the only way in life. The very last game of the ECF, where the Pacers, was not a pretty sight how we lost. So to that point, Mitchell Robinson started. Early on, he got 6.6 rebounds, and then after 30 minutes, he ended up with only 8.9 rebounds. So very early on, I think first quarter, second quarter, he had, really good start, 6.6 rebounds, he was plus, and he just stayed out there. So I do think there's a point of diminishing returns. Mitchell Robinson is not going to get you 20 points in a game. Even if you do toss him the 3 lobs that Mike Brown is proposing, Mitchell Robinson is not going to be a monster scorer. It's not really what he does, It's not really what he's out there for. He should have more opportunities, but whatever. Point is that in the last game of ECF Game 6, he was a game low minus 18 with JB. He started off well, but just how much more can you do? You need points, The Pacers scored off our makes a lot, which I think people forget that. We would score MSG out there cheering. Woo, they already scored on the other side. Like, we had that so many times. Like, they would immediately, we got a point. They would inbound it, just heave it to a young player, run with the ball, sprint, pass, easy bucket for them. And, Malcolm Brogdon, Mitchell Robinson, Cat, JB, Josh Hart, they're not really going to be fast enough to run across the court full speed to keep up with all that. These young players, which to that point also, Mike Brown had a sprinting, like a suicide type running gun training video that he posted today. I don't know if anyone saw that, but he had them all training, doing like outlet, run and pass type things. But 6'4", frail ass, 50-year-old Malcolm Brogdon, who falls over and breaks when he gets hit with a stiff breeze, is helping us keeping up to run and gun with the Pacers. And OKC, I just don't see that, bro. In that situation, which we got killed, the transition offense, what we need. That's why Yabusele and Clarkson ideally are here.
Agreed.
But Jalen Brunson in that last game had 5 turnovers, and Andrew Demhart did a fantastic job guarding him and went off. And I say that not to shit on him, because obviously he's amazing, but people can't act like that he's literally a Superman. We could say, yes, he's Superman. We have the memes of him with the cape and everything, but he struggles, and to make it easier for him is not any kind of sin. Why do you want to make it hard for him every time consistently? If you make it a little bit easier, he still can have his moments. It will still be times when it's challenging, but just to be hard all the time and give him every difficult moment, it's unfair to him also. So whatever. Last point of that. OKC found a way to play 2 lower pick rookies, more than all of our rookies combined, and they somehow found a way to do that while winning the NBA championship. And my core fundamental point of the whole year is that they did not win in spite of their young players. They won because of their young players. And I think if you look at that last game with ECF, which was a painful one, it's very obvious to me. That is what that game looked like. We also got killed by Thomas Bryant that game, who's now on the Cavaliers. That's it.
Thomas Bryant went to the Cavs. Interesting. Nice.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. All right. Well, that's perfect. That actually is perfect, D-Rex, because you set up what I'm about to say.
Who's the Knicks big man coach there?
Mark Bryant.
Oh, I just thought I heard you guys said Bryant went over to
Thomas Bryant, the player.
Yeah,
okay.
The
Player. Who was with Indiana last year, right? And the Lakers earlier in the year. Or whatever. I feel like I've said this once before, a year ago or something, or maybe I thought it and never said it. But I'm gonna say it now. I don't believe the New York Knicks front office had any intention. Now they might now because Mike Brown is here and things are getting different. I don't think the New York Knicks front office had any intention of playing any of these young players. I don't think they were in the cards to play any of them last year, to play any of them this year. I think the New York Knicks, because they knew,
and I still don't think they're doing it this year.
I don't think so either. I believe the New York Knicks, because they knew they were going to go out and change this team around and make a championship push, paying money to Jalen Brunson, eventually possibly trading for another player to help the team. I'm talking prior to Mikal Bridges. It turned out to be Mikal Bridges, but they already knew they were going to trade for somebody to help the team, whatever. And he might have been on their plans in the list. And then making a big splash trade for somebody like a Cat or Embiid or somebody like that. That was always going to happen. They were going to try. I think they knew that they were going to make their run and bring these players in and have to pay big contracts and have to stay under that second apron. And they were like, if we get close to this, we're going to be handicapped. We're not going to be able to move. How are we going to add pieces down the line? And how can we avoid, if this doesn't work, totally imploding and not having anything here? I think they drafted those young players just to have something down the line when contracts start to come up. And if they can't retain players, They have people to plug and play, being that they have limited money. They don't have to worry about going out there and fielding a whole new team with minimal money, minimal money free agent wise. I think they just was trying to put players on this team that they could hopefully develop. Now, one of the mistakes they did make, and I think they're realizing that now, is they didn't have a developmental structure in place to help carry these guys forward, which is why they're trying to do it now. But I don't think they ever planned on playing any of these, the Koliks, the Huck Porties.
May I respond to this? Because I feel like there's a lot of evidence to the contrary. Namely, for example, like Kevin McCullough, when he was drafted, he was a clear anagram for Josh Hart. He looks like Josh Hart. He plays like Josh Hart. He was drafted with that intention. And we had the report come out in the middle of the year that the Knicks front office said that they were disappointed with the level of development and the minimal level of playing time that these guys had. We even had, for example, the moment that I believe it was after the Houston Rockets when Horty had an impressive play on Steven Adams. James Dolan personally came to the locker room and dapped him up, which doesn't happen every day.
I hear you.
Honest,
I hear what you're saying.
Even, for example, like, again, I always hate to make this point, but Tyler Kolek, he was the fourth string last year. He actually ended up playing the most minutes of every NBA, of every rookie that we had, because we all had literally 3 point guards out simultaneously at one time. And when he played in the NBA, not the summer league, he had a higher assist-to-turnover ratio than Tyrese Halliburton. I believe the highest in the NBA at the time. So that's not my opinion. You know what I'm saying?
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Yo, Duncan Soros. Quick question. Excuse me, Ron. You talking about Huck Porty?
I was just saying that, like, for example, first of all, he just outplayed Jericho Sims in last year.
Okay.
So,
Now, I just want to make sure, because you know what? Because I'm going to tell you something personally, that I know that James Dolan went and got a personalized signed basketball from Julius Randle. So that doesn't actually equate to nada. You understand what I'm saying? Matter of fact, just before they shipped them to Minnesota, after they had that tournament, the groundbreaking thing at
Uptown. It was uptown. I don't know where, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So with that said, that's just him being him being a fan of his team. The point of it all is because James Dolan doesn't know what's going on until Leon Rose tells him, yo, this is what's fitting to go down. You understand what I'm saying?
He doesn't come to the locker room after every game, especially not to talk to a rookie personally. Like, there's definitely something to that.
I mean, yes. I mean, cool. That's cool. Bro. My thing is, I just don't want you to put your expectations into something that is not so to the point. Like it's like he's the owner by default. Like he owns it.
Okay, so forget James Dolan. I'm just saying him as a player. First of all, we had obvious need for a true big man on the team with us starting the season without Mitch. And then if you do start Mitch, the guy has to play. It's not a question. So for me, it's very, very clear that, first of all, people even said that he looks like Julius Randle when he plays. Just another thing. It's very clear the reasons. He's number 55 from Germany, is friends with Hartenstein. He even plays a little bit like Hartenstein. There's no other player you can get for the same value. Like, he was very, very clearly brought here. German and left-hander, by the way, also another even similarity. Like, it's very, very clear that we need a player like a Hartenstein. That's the closest parallel. And if you
pulled me up to the screen now. You understand that, right?
I'm just saying the guy earned his role on the team last year when he got his opportunities. He outplayed Jericho Sims. That's why Jericho Sims is not here.
I want Huckleberry Finn to do what he has to do. But I'm not expecting no more out of him until I see it. You got to understand.
We did see it. And we're making fun of people's names.
No.
That's cool.
We did not see it where it mattered. Where it matters is the playoffs.
Well, Tibbs didn't see enough of it.
Yeah, okay, then so be it. Tibbs did not see enough. And this is my point. We have to let go of the Tibbs-isms. Do you not understand what tree I'm barking up? I'm barking up Mike. I'm barking up Mike Brown's tree.
I got you.
We are talking about stuff that we saw last season, and does Mike Brown see it the same way? Let's take a breather, y'all. The stats are beautiful. We could, yo, listen. I got a calculator on my phone all day. As a matter of fact, my phone is not only a phone, but also to
A computer.
a computer, pretty much. Yes, sir. I got a Z Fold, so I don't miss much. I handle all my business, my day-to-day business, everything over my phone. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we talking about human beings doing human work, looking at things from a human perspective. And you know what I'm saying? And I'm not mad at nobody for looking at it from their perspective. But we really have to be smart about this. Like, just slow down. After the first preseason game, I could rock with you all day.
You just want to see it play out.
I want to see it play out because what happened? Because I would have never thought until the first preseason game that Julius Randle would not be a Knick.
I got you.
You know, those
there's
are
not much,
facts.
there's not much to discuss if that's the point, you know.
So be it then. So the discovery is low.
But hold on. I think once again we're getting away from what I'm saying. I think that these young Knick players, these young guys that we got, and I'm not saying that they don't have value. To understand what I'm saying?
I will never say that either.
I just think they were not brought here to be instant parts of this team. They were here as backup plans so that we could fill the roster with hopefully some adequate players down the line. If we need to make changes and we're handicapped and guys are leaving because of contracts or whatever, we have players here that we don't have to go out later. And you're wondering, well, what are the Knicks going to do? I mean, they got all this money tied up into these players, and how are they going to fill out the rest of the roster? And they're getting older. Maybe they need to make a change. I think that's part of it, because you do see, to what D-Rex is saying, they have players that in some ways are not carbon copies, but you think are replacements for what we got. But notice,
exactly.
Even though I'm saying that, notice this, guys, and this is how I'm kind of formulating my opinion on this. Last year, these guys didn't get a chance to play under Tibbs. You know, a lot of rookie players under Tibbs, you got to earn your stripes, and then you get your next crack at it going forward if you buy into his system. But what did the Knicks do? The Knicks said, we don't have a bench. We struggle because we don't have a bench. We are a championship team. We're trying to win a championship. It's now or never, which could be this year or next year. They didn't say, because we need to improve the bench, let's promote and bring McCullough into the fold, or let's bring Dadier up into the fold, or Kolek is going to be the solidified backup, or Huck Porty is going to be the guy off the bench replacing Mitch. They didn't say any of that. All they did was go out and get other players. They went out and got Yabusele. They brought in Jordan Clarkson. They brought in Brogdon now and Shamet. I'm telling you, these young players are here for insurance and to field the roster going forward. If some of these big contracts start to we decide to move on, we have players that we can hopefully develop and can take the next level, or they're going to get too.
But Ron, at least
real quick. Don't hold that real quick. It's survival of the fittest. Period. They're fighting for their lives in front of their new boss. Now go ahead, Don.
No, I was going to say that's a fair point. That Mike Brown has said he's open to playing everybody. You know, this old bias isn't there, but specifically in the case of Porter, you can't say that because he earned his place playing, even in spite of Tibbs being Tibbs. He literally got a chance to play. The only reason he didn't is because he got injured. The guy went through the whole ringer of Tibbs, and he earned his place playing in the NBA. It's not easy. It's not easy. Nobody else did it other than him. So give the guy a little bit of credit. Now we don't have another big man. Mitchell Robinson starts. Who comes in for him? Who else is there, bro?
That's it.
He's one of the only solid defenders on the team. You got to give at least one of these guys some credit.
Huck Porty might be the only one that definitely gets a spot because of the usage and having, Mitch in there. You have to bring in somebody who's big enough to deal with the position. He might be the only one. I'm still just telling you, the Knicks are trying to win a championship. No, I don't want to say it in the wrong way because it sounds wrong.
Nah, keep it a buck, Ron. Keep it a
I don't
buck.
think the young
Let
players.
it go. Let it go. Let it
I don't
go.
think the young players matter as much right
They
now.
say that,
because-
but I'm telling you it's the opposite. Not only do they matter, but they're foundational to us winning. Because if you look at the teams that won, they not only played their young players more, but they relied on them, actually, in key moments. Even in the playoffs. They were lower picks. They were lower picks.
Stop Powers. I'm going to say this. Real talk. Stop Powers. I understand what you're saying, and I understand, and I respect how you support that because the man had got that much playing time, but that was only due to the fact that who was hurt? Jericho Sims. Who was hurt? What's my man name? Oh God, he carried us in the playoffs against the Philly.
Robinson.
Not Robinson. Before Robinson.
Dante?
The other dude.
Dante.
Isaiah before he got traded.
Achua, Precious?
Precious Achua. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Achua. Those were the two players that carried us through with Hartenstein. Hartenstein, Achua.
He was the only good athlete on the whole team. He was the only true athlete that could really sprint and keep up with these guys. He didn't get a chance to play either.
Okay, but still, son.
That's a tip.
They let him go.
Okay.
I'm just saying that archetype of player would have been useful. We saw how it was useful in last year's playoffs. And we didn't play him. It's like, you need a tall, athletic guy.
Archetype. Okay. Well, hold on. Double A, you were going to say something. What were you going to say before you forget?
Stay in your moment, baby.
See? Damn it. All right.
You can't give me 2 minutes, man.
No. Instead of us all kind of jumping in, I'm gonna move it around so that people can get their time to talk. Because I want everybody to get to weigh in on this and get.
Yeah, I ain't trying to dominate nothing.
No, you good.
What I was gonna say, bro, is back you up. I was gonna say you're right. They ain't about no youth movement this year. Ain't about it. They ain't thinking of it. They thinking
last
about
couple
Chip.
of years.
They're thinking about Chip. That's why they brought in Bragdon, and that's why they brought back Shaman.
Don't you guys look? I'm not trying to. I knew when I said this, it was going to be a little fire under it. I wasn't trying to make a bigger deal than it is, but it's realistic. You guys know off the bat, it's championship time. So the young players don't matter as much. It's about established players and maybe young vets.
Look, I'm saying one last thing here. It's not one or the other. It's one because of the other. You're saying like, we would such a nice thing to develop these guys and bring them up, and it would be so nice. We don't have the time right now. If you don't do it, you won't be able to compete with the teams that do. We already saw. It's not a myth. It's not. It would be so nice.
But that's what got them fired.
I don't give a fuck about them.
What I'm saying, I hear what you're saying, D-Rex. But what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you
need
is
the Knicks are not athletic. They're not tall. That's the height. That's athleticism.
But they are going to say they're not they don't want to sacrifice this stuff. Of course,
Malcolm Brogdon is more reliable. Malcolm Brogdon is more reliable. Really, seriously.
Yes, for them he is. Listen, let's keep it
fun. How many games is he playing this season? How many games is he playing this season?
Malcolm Brogdon is a good player.
How many games is he playing?
Brogdon shoots 37% from three.
Okay, how many games is he playing this season, Ron?
I'm not the GM.
I can't tell you exactly. But I'm pretty sure him and Sham is going to split time. I'm pretty sure him and Sham is going to split time so we can keep him healthier.
Okay, so
everybody thinks like Malcolm Brogdon just because he's 32 years old that he's old. He's at the end of his tendency. But let's not be clear. Last year we all heard that he was stocked over here to be a older coach on the bench, someone to groom those young guys that was over there in Washington and stuff like that. He could have played a lot of games, but he chose not to. So who's to say that he's not healthy enough to come back here? Just to throw the hyperbole. I don't like hyperbole, but I'm going to throw it out there. What if he comes back here this year and plays the year like he played in Boston 2 years ago? Because it wasn't that 2 years ago he got the same.
Exactly. Hold on a second.
Right?
It's funny that you say that, blood.
I'm not saying he's not, but what if he does? What if he
come
does
on,
come over here and does that?
Even if he does, still
what if he does? Because that's my guy.
Shot Powers.
I think he's a great pickup.
Didn't we just say I was going to let everybody speak?
You need a buzzer. You need a buzzer, man.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
you do have a mute button,
Drop out.
right? You got a mute button,
I know
Ron.
this
I'm gonna mute myself,
conversation is
yo,
a hotbed.
because
I know
but I have a direct response to Shop Hours on that though.
Okay, all right. Hold it. Don't lose it. Hold it. I know this is a hotbed topic. I got it. That's why I said it. I said it was going to be one of them.
You did say it.
I understand. I get it.
Yo, that's my shit. That show is my shit.
I knew. Okay.
You know what
but
Rose is thinking? If it's Game 7 in the championship finals, Eastern Conference Finals, who you want in there backing up Brunson? The possibility of Brogdon or Tyler Kohler?
I would say, and by the way, I've looked this up. I believe
It's
in
close.
when the Bulls played the Blazers, I believe in 1992, Game 7 in the finals, there was a rookie playing.
We ain't the Bulls, bro.
yeah, but
we the
look,
Knicks.
It was the game actually where they sat, I believe,
saying-
Jordan.
what you're saying makes sense, D-Rex. Is just that you got to understand.
Slam
We
dunk,
are
double
not
A.
those teams. This is the Knicks, and the Knicks have a different thing
Okay,
going
and the
on.
Knicks haven't won anything. So why wouldn't you do it when every other team that's winning is doing it? And you're the
I hear
Knicks.
you. I hear you.
It does make sense.
Hey,
It
not
makes
every
sense.
other team
That
is
was
winning.
under
Let's do
the
something.
Tibbs era.
Nobody's doing this, and it's a crazy idea. It's the first time in history. The team that won last year did it. They did
Only
it.
one
here's the
only
thing.
one team every year wins the chip.
Can I raise
Here's
my
the thing
hand?
too. Here's the thing too. The Knicks come into the season with a Mikal Bridges, a OG Anunoby, a Karl Anthony Towns, a Jalen Brunson. OKC is very good. They come into a season with Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. After that, it's open, right? These guys, these young guys that are really good players, they're playing great. Don't get me wrong. I love what's his face, Jalen Williams, whatever.
First
And
round pick.
Yes,
First round pick.
and I love the tall dude, whatever his name is.
First round pick.
First round pick.
But those guys,
First
And
round
these
pick.
guys were all top 3 picks. Remember, they got it in the trade for shot
First round pick.
SGA. They got it for SGA
Because they were trash for so many years. But anyway,
Right.
go ahead,
But
keep
they
going.
got those guys, right? Those guys are young guys.
That was them riding. That was them riding the stinking trying to brain dump their whole program.
Yeah, they tanked, and they were able
Tanking.
to get these picks, and they
weren't thinking about winning no championship. That's for sure.
But they were fortunate enough. They went through the agony. Imagine what it is to be. You guys are taking me off of what I'm trying to say here. I can't imagine what it is to be an OKC fan.
But OKC didn't add a rookie. That Hart added Hartenstein, which means
Right.
they knew for a fact you need a veteran on your team. You want to make it,
Right.
you still need
And
that.
the big guy was hurt at the time they did it too. So they needed Hartenstein at that moment. So
Yes.
then when the big guy came back, they did that.
That was
And
luck.
I'm going to say
That
something
was
really
luck.
quick
That was luck.
Divine said a second ago that is real. They drafted Huckaporty at the time because Mitch was hurt. Mitch was hurt. We needed a big man. That was what was available. We drafted him for that. If you think with all these pros and go check, I know that Brogdon is way up, and Ron, I'm sorry, I know this is way up.
No, go ahead.
And I'm gonna be quiet. The only reason they drafted Huck because Mitch was hurt. He won't be in the rotation, Ron. I'm with Divine.
It's your mark.
With Divine.
It's your mark. That's what happened at the end of the day.
At the end of the day. And you don't bring in all these veterans who have been around. You know, no matter how you feel about the man or who or what he's done and what he hasn't done lately for you, because everything sports is what have you done lately for me. Life is,
but you understand his value.
Life is what have you done lately for me. You might get paid for what you have done and then suck in the future. Who knows? But I'm gonna tell you this: they ain't go out there and get all these guys and manipulate the cap and do all that stuff just not to play them and to play the guys they already had. If they were gonna do that, they wouldn't have tried to figure out how to do all that.
They went the cheap way.
But that's what got Tibbs fired.
Down to 185,000 is where we are under that cap area once we did all that stuff. So you best
They
believe
do my
people
sugar
like
bear.
Forty and Kolick and all these guys are gonna be waving that towel around a lot, or they're gonna be coming in on the right. Look, that
Okay, so then we're going to not be
perfect.
waving a freaking trophy with
Right,
other teams
and
do
you know
that.
what?
Garbage
You know
time.
what?
First
At
of all,
the
you're
same
dead wrong
time,
on one
Dork,
fact.
at
Well,
the
let him
same
finish.
time,
Let him
Rex,
finish. Let him
listen,
finish,
Rex,
Dunk.
at the same time, you're also right. We should be running younger people out there. We should have people coming running out there and taking them maybe 15 minutes and letting these guys sit down because they went through different injuries and different things like that. But they're not going to. They're going to play when we're up by 32 or down by
Exactly.
18 with
I
2 minutes.
started lineup is like what, $184 million. You think we're gonna get?
Yes, that's
You
what
think
I'm
we really
saying.
gonna get anybody?
It don't make sense. It
Hugger
don't
Purdy
make
was
sense.
lucky last year. Hugger Purdy
Right.
was lucky. He was the most prepared
And-
for the season. And if he could have stayed healthy, I think he would have got more and more minutes on the court. But he got hurt, and that's the most that we've seen because in Tom Thibodeau's eyes. Tyler Kohler wasn't ready, and Pacone kept staying hurt. Everybody talk about Pacone. Last year, if you kept hearing about him, he kept having the same foot injury, turf toe, and that toe, and he even had it in this summer league. He had the same injury, turf toe or whatever they called it with his toe.
Onion.
So, you know, what I mean, this is something that is not I guess you could call it hereditary. Something that always happened. It keep coming back to him. So. That's something that the Knicks know that's not out there that we don't know. But I noticed it. You know what I mean? I noticed how Purdy was getting some minutes. He was looking pretty good. He was starting to get in the flow and everything.
It's the same.
Until
Shaq Powers. It's the same injury that Shaq has held on to until he retired.
Well, oh wow, that's okay.
Can I make a quick point?
Yeah.
No.
I was gonna say
I want to say something real quick.
Real
Man,
quick.
you've been saying.
The only thing I want to say real quick is listen, Mike Brown has carte blanche on infusing these young cats like because if he wants to let go of the
Pacone,
Dottiers, as well as the not even that. Let's think about the future starters, current starters. You understand what I'm saying? Because this is what we're arguing against. Because the current starters are who they are. We know this. We see the man. Why can't I think of my man name? Oh my God, the 6'7" defensive stalwart.
McCullough.
The McCullers to replace the Josh Hart. The fact that we got what you call it, Cone Donaghy possibly replacing the man we just re-signed,
Mikal Bridges.
the Mikal Bridges, or not even the Mikal Bridges, but the man, I swear,
It's not OG.
the OG to some degree. OGs to some degree.
Okay.
Bridges.
They're doing a great job with the farm system. Let's bring. I mean, I'm not to cut everybody off. Ron, let Latorius get in the.
No, I am, but I had to say something. I had to say something real quick.
I've been trying to make this point for the last.
I got
look.
Green.
Sorry. What I was trying to say to you, Dorgosaurus, different styles win championships. If you look over the years, different styles win championship. The Golden State Warriors, they were basically a team of veterans. Okay, that's how they won with veterans. Their bench was vets. There wasn't rookies.
In that era, it's a different era now.
Can I finish? It was no era, bro. We're talking a couple of years ago when they won a championship. All right. Now we're talking now even sooner. The Boston Celtics. Malcolm Brogdon won 6 Man of the Year because he was on the bench for the Boston Celtics. Okay, who else was on the Boston Celtic bench? Tito Horford, right? Who else was on the bench? Right? Derek White, right? So you know what I mean? So it depends on what you're going for. Oklahoma City, they were built that way. They were built from the ground up, and they said, we're going to build our team on youth. We're going for it on youth. But believe me, bro, SGA is not a rookie. They have
No, but
vets
the
on
fact
that
is
team.
they played rookies more than us, and they won. It wasn't, oh, we had to do this. It was dragging our feet. They did it
I agree
proactively.
with you. If you were here to start the show, you heard me say the only disappointment I got was I thought we were promised that we're going to incorporate our youth into our play. Why don't our youth play those little limited minutes that are available behind Brunson? We ain't paying Brunson and Bridges and these guys all these millions of dollars to ride the bench and watch these other guys get run. No, they're going to eat up all the minutes, and how many minutes going to be available behind Brunson and Bridges? Not many at all.
Well, to a certain extent, I understand the money and the basketball politics, but I'm just talking about purely what you need to win in a modern basketball game and win over a long period of time and win in the NBA Finals. It's what I'm just going off what I see winning. It's not like I'm making stuff up. We, as a team, for example, AJ Mitchell, the Knicks drafted him. He was traded to OKC. He was 38th pick, which is lower than both Dadier and Kolek. So he played 100 times as many minutes as these guys, and they won. They played in the playoffs. We lost to these people every game. Every single game was a ritual.
Right, but the difference is, D-Rex, is that the Knicks have expectations of winning a championship. They've spent a lot. Well, hold on.
OKC didn't?
Oh, no. There's a difference there. OKC didn't have no expectations of winning a championship. They're so good that they've made it to being a championship contending team.
That's a difference.
They didn't come out with those expectations. They have carte blanche and they can play whoever they want because there's no expectations there. They're a rebuilding team that's finally built themselves with young players that are very talented because of all these draft picks they've got, and they hit. It's not easy to hit on so many number ones, but they've hit, right? And then SGA is super special. I mean, he's the next guy. He's the MVP. And that's been fortunate for them. So a team like them,
they got him and 5 picks.
Well,
they got him and picks.
Their team wasn't expected to be this good. They flourished 2 years ago. When we saw them, how they played out the season, they were number one for a while.
Yeah, they got Holcomb and all them guys.
So I'm supposed to believe Sam Presti and OKC got this good by accident. It wasn't intentional.
No, it's not accident. That's not what I said. You said that they're a championship contending team. Yes, that is an accident because no one thought that they were ready to be a championship contending team now. They have
a lot of people did. People had them as winning the championship before. Some people did. It was not an outside dark horse nobody saw coming.
No. You're right, but not until 2 years ago. Remember, 2 years ago, OKC was the first in the West for like 2 or 3 months of the season. Nobody expected them to be first. Denver was still a good team. Sacramento was first at one point. There's other teams that were good, and OKC just
Holcomb, a guy came in the first year, he got hurt. Then they had a setback, but then they got the next play. Then they got the Williams dude the year next, and Holcomb came back, and they started getting the other Jalen Williams they got last year or something like that. So they got lucky in a lot of these picks that they had, and they built their team. But this is what the cap is all about small market teams making smart decisions and still winning without having a quote unquote big market. That's why this cap thing is in here, and they still flourishing. They still got how many picks they got, how many things they could do, how many big contracts they got on their thing because they were small market. Now that they're making more money, they're I mean, not that it's a difference, but they got money now. I mean, their stadium, their jerseys this year won money. Them winning the championship won their city money, and on and on and on and on. So if they're not in luxury tax or over the second apron, they will be this year. And probably for another 2 years before the next salary cap is hit, and drop some more players off so they can stay under that luxury and let's play for the contracts. They did a great job, and there's been 3-4 years when remember the rumors when we was getting Gildress, when he was supposed to be coming to the New York, Gildress SGA supposed to come to New York. That was like what 3-4 years ago.
And they made some great trade for veterans. Remember, they traded
their
guy to the Chicago Bulls for their defensive player. What's his name? The ball-headed guy.
Caruso. Yeah, Caruso.
The Italian.
I'm a fun. I call him. I
want to get over to Latoria because I know she's here. She's probably, working. So
I actually am. You know me, Ron. I'm always at work.
I know. I hear you. So let me just say, shout out to Hot Grabber in the chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. And Mellow Mike, I see you, my brother. I got a super chat from Jay Boogie. I'll get to after. But I just wanted one more thing. I'm sorry, Latoria, because I've been waiting because we've been kind of jumping all over each other. The other thing that I wanted to say is that the Knicks have Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby. I'm just going to do this for the sake of it. Let's say Josh Hart is starting. Josh Hart, Jordan Clarkson, Yabusele, Mitchell Robinson, Deuce McBride. That's 9 right there. Okay? And now we're talking about Landry Shamet and Malcolm Brogdon. That's 11 players before we go to any young dudes. These young dudes ain't playing, y'all. That's how.
Which of them is playing for Mitchell Robinson? Mitchell Robinson starts.
They might switch it up. I'm not saying they wouldn't. I'm saying that they might switch it up, but I'm just telling you.
They can always move Cat to center.
Right, and it's good to have these players because people get hurt.
Right.
All right. So let me get over to Latoria. Sorry, Latoria.
You kind of made my point for me, and that's where I was going because I only jumped on because being in the chat is not you don't get your point across.
I got you.
Jorgen Silvers, you are going to be so disappointed in what you see with those rookies this season because they're not going to get playing time unless it's a blowout or we're resting players in a back-to-back. These guys are not, and the only way they're going to do that is if we're like 45 or 46 games into the season and we've won 35 of them. So you're going to be seriously disappointed if you think these guys, we're trying to win this season. And I agree, we do need to develop our players, our young players, but you got 4 starters in on this team that could get you 30 a night. You think they going to sit those guys down to bring in Dadier?
If they're not playing well, then they should.
Why? Because if Jalen is not on,
stop.
Don't cut me off. I let you. You talked for a really long time. If Jalen is off, Cat is off, and OG is off, and Mikal is off, is that gonna happen any night? That's like rare air. You literally have 4, and then you got Jordan Clarkson coming off the bench. You got Mitchell or whoever else Duece coming off the bench. Those guys are not going to get playing time. I'm not saying that they shouldn't ever play, but you're going to be severely disappointed if you think that Dadier and Kolick and these guys are going to get any kind of major run this season. It's not happening, and it shouldn't. And for as much as I want them to play and I want them to develop, I don't want them to develop when I'm trying to win. I don't want to see those guys.
That's my sugar bear. That's my sugar bear. Bite their ass.
I don't want to see it, and you shouldn't want to see it if you want your team to win. I see y'all in garbage time. I'll see y'all when we need to rest our players at the end of the season. I'll see y'all then. And I don't want those guys to get discouraged and feel like they shouldn't be on the team and feel like they shouldn't be getting any kind of playing time. But right now in 2025, going into 2026, the Knicks are trying to win an actual championship. And that does not come by yanking your 30-point guy and putting him on the bench so you could develop a calm Dadier. That just doesn't happen.
That's the story. That's the story, Tori.
You literally, as a fan, you shouldn't want your coach to be like, you know what, Mikal? Tonight, we're going to sit you down. You're going to play 15 minutes because I need to get Pacome in the game.
Okay, you know what?
You're going to put one of your best wing defenders. No, you don't get to. You've been talking for a really long time. No, what I'm saying is I get where you're coming from. I 100% get where you're coming from because I don't think you're wrong. Last season, we played our rookies none. Right? But we didn't have the bench that we have now. We didn't have Yabusele. We didn't have Clarkson. All we had was our rookies. So we should have been developing them because we needed them to play. This season, we don't need them to play. We need to have them for our depth in case somebody gets hurt. But if they're barring not having real injury, we don't need these guys.
And I'm going to
We don't need them. Like, we legitimately don't need them.
I'm going to go one further, Latoya. I'm going to ask you a question. And I think you agree with me. Good afternoon, by the way.
No.
and introduce myself. I'm Double A, and this is the first time us interacting. But my question to you is: don't you think even over Kolick and Pacom.8, I think the Knicks rate Pate and the other good Daiway. I'm pronouncing his name wrong.
Diawara.
I think the Knicks hold them in more higher esteem than they do even Kolick and Pacom. I really do. I think these guys, and they're going to get their development playing two-way.
Well,
right?
Oh, man, go ahead. I just
let me jump in because I've been out for a second. Hold on a second.
The question was for Latoria, so Latoria should be the one to answer the question.
Well, I'm not sure what he's asking.
Do you think, like, as far as all the young players that we talked about right now, that he thinks that he feels that the Knicks hold Diawara and Dink Pate in higher regard anyway?
I can agree with that a little bit, and I do think they're gonna get G League minutes. I don't think these guys are gonna get.
I'm with you, but I think
they're not gonna get
develop.
there's literally right now we don't even have space and time to play those guys. There's only so many minutes in a basketball game, and you sign guys who came here because they're gonna get playing time. Jordan Clarkson didn't come here so that we could develop the rookies. Yabusele didn't sign with us so we could develop the rookies on their time, because these are the guys whose minutes got to get cut if we playing our rookies from the gate. You know what I mean? Like, if you playing them from game one, that means that Jordan Clarkson's minutes are short, because you're not going to short your starters.
Yeah. No.
You're not going to short your core. You're not doing that. You go ahead and short Jalen's minutes or Cat minutes or Mikal or OG minutes and see how long that lasts. You're not doing that. That man will get fired mid-season.
Yeah.
You're not shorting your start. We have a really good team.
Yes.
4 really players good that can get you 30 a night. 4? Like, can you find a better Cat, OG, Mikal, Brunson, Hart? Yeah. All on one team? Absolutely not.
Nope.
Where you finding that at?
Exactly.
Okay.
So now, in order for them to now, we learning a new system with a new coach.
Yes.
And they have to flourish. They have to get used to playing for Mike Brown. So where them extra minutes gonna come from? You got to get your core guys in shape. You got to get them used to playing this system. So then you're gonna cut their minutes to develop the new guys too. Like, that come in practice. That come maybe with them running down in the G League. That come with we in a 30-point blowout now. Let's throw these guys in there and coach them for a quarter. Like, we got a back-to-back. You know what? This 48, we won 36 of these games. All right, let me sit Jalen, and maybe they'll get a few minutes in for Kolick this game. Like, that's where they minutes is going to come from. We can develop our guys. It's just not going to be in the way that you're thinking. You want these guys to have major minutes. That's not happening. Not this season.
Nah,
and you shouldn't want it. Like, I want to win. I don't know about anybody else in this room. I'm sick of being. I want to win. Like,
I'm being addressed here. Can I respond?
Yeah. No. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay, let's let this is. I know everybody. We got a big panel. A lot of people with a lot of different things to add to the
that's why I tell you, Roses, gorgeous.
I'm on good behavior.
Good. Shout out to Commander
Corey. This is Corey. I send you roses just because of that.
Okay, so first of all, the fact that where are these minutes coming from? They're all going to play less minutes this season. Every single starter will play less minutes this season. It's impossible that they will play as many minutes last season. Nobody would do that if they wanted to win. If they played as many minutes as you like, that were coming up, you came up here literally just to cackle at his name. Oh my God, what crazy stress to play him. It's like such an insane thing that motivates you to come up here and shit on this player. There's no chance for these guys that's a Tibbsism. We just experienced a Tibbsism in real life. That this guy can never play because his name, it's so far-fetched. If the guy's not playing, it's not the Senate. The Senate is based on seniority. You've been here longer, you get to play. It's based on merit. It needs to be a
I'm finna
merit-based
go get
system. And
another
we're talking
drink.
about where
Yes,
else
sir.
are you going to get that from? Malcolm Brogdon, 6'4". Landry Shamet, 6'4". Our starting five is already short if you're counting Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. Even Mikal Bridges, you could argue short for position. Colm Dottie at 6'8", Huck Portier 6'11". This is not negotiable. This is not invented facts. You don't have other tall people on the team. There's not other people that are their same height, which height matters in basketball. I hate to break it to you, sweetheart. It does matter. So they're drafted here because we don't have height. We don't have athleticism. Jalen Brunson's not athletic. Josh Hart, he's fast, but is he one of the fastest people in the NBA? No. Mitchell Robinson, fast? Not really. We saw that this matters. You need fast people that are athletes to keep up in the modern NBA at some point. It's not just automatically we play these 11 people in this exact order every single night, and we can't count higher than 11. It's impossible. We saw OKC play 12 and 13 in the regular season often, and guess what? They had a better record than us at the end of the day. They did.
You do realize, right? What you're talking about is literally only OKC.
No, it's not. Every
Yes, it
single
is.
other team in the NBA, including the Celtics,
Right,
played their
but
rookies more than
every
us.
single other team in the NBA didn't make it to the NBA finals. The teams that were left in the finals, the only team that was like that was OKC.
The Pacers
And
didn't
it-
play their rookies more. The Pacers didn't play young
I'm
people
sorry,
more.
and the Pacers. You're right, but that's it.
but
So the only
but
two
if we-
teams that went further than us did it.
That's it. But how many teams went to the playoffs?
You're saying that every team that went further than us did it. Also.
No, what I'm saying to you is all the teams that went to the playoffs last season. The
How many
only
teams that only played the
that were
fringe and
like
no rookies
you're
won?
you're not listening. The only teams that that were like that was OKC and Indiana. Like you want
That's not true.
what you're looking for and what you want is not going to happen with this team. Of course, they're going to play less minutes because they actually have more players on their bench. But the players
yeah,
that they have on their bench are veterans. They're not going to cut Yabusele's and Clarkson's minutes to give the minutes to the rookies, no matter how much you fuss on this panel, because they promised these guys playing time, which is why they signed with us.
Right.
So
and
as
it's
long
not.
as these guys are playing well, those rookies don't have time to play. That's not a Tibbsism. That's an actual reality. If
It's
these
a
guys are
business
all
system.
stinking it up and you want to give these guys some playing time to see if they could play better, then fine. But how often is that going to actually happen in real time? Because we have so many great scorers on our team. So
Yo, can
when
I
are you
ask Tori a
gonna
question?
Real quick, the
Can I
only
ask Tori a
reason
question?
OKC did that is
Can
because
I ask
that's
Tori a
the
question?
players that fell in their lap. They sucked for years, and then they developed that team that looks like a bunch of rookies because they're young, because they what you call it, drafted them. They didn't go out
They
and
drafted
get young
them. They
players.
developed them in the
Did
G
you
League, and they
able to
did
do
also
what-
draft players.
Yo, can I ask Tori? Yo,
We
real
got
quick. Can I ask Tori a question?
a starting 4 people at least right now. We don't know the fifth, but if it's Hart, that are all making 30, 40, 50 million dollars. This is a business. This is not just sports. It's a business. They're not going to go out there and
That's a great point, Jay.
Mike Brown already had rookies playing in Sacramento.
Can I ask Tori a question?
You know, and not only that, if they really wanted Kolek to develop, I'm so sorry, Ron. If they really wanted Kolek to develop in that, they put him in the G League. But they just went out and got a handful of really, I think, good talent, and they're
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
G League over Kolek because
That's what I'm
they
saying.
want them to develop. They want them
Exactly.
to play. They want them to do all that. None of these
Exactly.
other kids are going to play. I promise you that. I do agree with you. We need more height. Hakaporti's there because it was a last minute draft possibility. There is no other thing. It doesn't matter where he came from, where he played.
Can I still ask Tori B a question?
You know what I mean? So
Corey,
you're
I still
100% right.
hold on,
The
Corey.
only way it works, we want to win a championship. You don't go out there and, like I said before, bend and flex and move and duck and do all these things and get people to agree and to knock a couple dollars off of their $12 million deal and to knock $200 million off of their whatever deal with Brunson, and just so that you could get all these big number named people and talented people so you could play Hakaporti.
Okay,
It's
is
not
it
gonna happen.
is it based on salary or is it based on merit?
Still.
All right. Hold on one
Based
second.
on talent.
Hold on one second, okay? Shout out to Wiz. I see you, Wiz, but you're gonna have to hold on. Appreciate you, my brother. I realize, especially when we get into good conversations, I can't do this. I can't do 8 people up here.
No.
I'm gonna do 6 at the
Ron,
most.
I'm gonna hop out soon.
No, but you good. No,
Nah,
you good.
Tori,
No,
don't
I
go
gotta
nowhere.
I gotta get to work. So
yeah,
I gotta get back to
don't
work.
you
So
dare.
Yeah,
I
I
had
got
a
about
question to
10 more
ask you, man.
minutes. Go ahead, ask.
Yeah,
Well,
Now, will you marry me? Because you are so on point with me.
This is the question. This is the question you want to interrupt the real conversation.
Nah, I'm being funny, but I'm being direct because she's so correct.
She is correct in her opinion. I value it. I also understand where D-Rex is
No.
coming from.
I apologize.
No,
I
you good.
apologize.
You good.
Trying to jump, you know what I'm saying?
I gotta calm it down.
Go,
It's
man.
too much going on right now. So,
Yeah.
I will say this. I agree with what Tori is saying because I think Tori is speaking from a realistic standpoint of what this New York Knicks organization is about. I understand where D-Rex is coming from because this is what the new NBA is and what it should be. But the problem is the Knicks didn't start the way OKC did. The Knicks didn't even start the way Houston did. The Knicks started differently. The Knicks started, and we have high-priced players here. Going back to what Jay said, that's why Jay said basically what I was going to say. The money is there and tied up into these big, high-priced, high-named players. They're named now. You know, OG's on the map. Okay.
James Dolan went on a Roommates podcast. James Dolan was on there, and he even said it. We assembled these guys with the idea we got this window that we're going for it. Okay, and if you look at it, there's limited playing time. When you look at the minutes, and that was my argument from the jump, right, Ron? At guard, why are we looking for all these other guards? Because of the limited minutes behind Bridges and Brunson. They're going to eat up most of the minutes. Same as OG, same as Bridges, right? They're gonna eat up most of the minutes. So how many minutes realistically are left? So you're not gonna split like LB. I'm gonna call you LB, lady. LB said, okay. There's limited minutes, and you're not gonna take minutes away from Clarkson.
Nah, you gonna call her Tori Lee because she's gonna be my wife.
Okay. You're not going to take minutes to give
I'm faking funk, but I'm just playing.
Sully and Clarkson to give to one of those young guys. It's just not happening. I think they gave them that chance in Summer League to try to show out, but they saw that it wasn't going to happen. And the difference is, man, we're going for the championship. And there's 2 ways you can go for a championship. You can either build it from the ground up, which is Oklahoma City, or you could assemble it, which is the New York Knicks, right? Every one of our players on this team, we didn't develop. The only developer starter, it maybe would be Mitch, but everybody else was brought, was signed, or traded for. So we assembled our team. We're a veteran team, right? That's our thing. Just like I said, the Boston Celtics and the Warriors, they won a championship that way. So you can win a championship both ways, D. You certainly can. And our way, the way we chose to do it, is the way we built a team. We got our core 4, and we're going to go for it.
And the Denver Nuggets, they won the championship the other year. Did they add 3 young players to their roster? Yes. But when you look at the playing time of it, 2 of those players actually got significant type playing time, which was Braun and this other guy. I forget his name, but I had looked at the numbers because we had a conversation about this a while ago on the show.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
They were also able, and each time I say this, I just want to be clear. Denver is probably closer built to the way we are, but each time you got to look at the fact that we are coming out the gate with money tied up in Jalen Brunson, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, and Karl Anthony Towns. Those are our dudes, and they are going to command as much playing time as they need, and it's about complementing them. And obviously, this Knicks organization does not feel – there was a reason why it happened in the regular season last year, that they were concerned about the development and said they didn't address it properly and they need to bring in a development person. You know why they said that? Because they felt that the young players weren't ready. They were like, you know what? We got to do a better job of developing guys. And so we come into this year, they bring in a developmental coach, but they don't just do that. They bring in more young players, the Dink Pates, the Diawaras of the world, and all this stuff. And okay, so you think, all right, well, I see the Knicks doing this and giving 2 ways to this guy and 2 ways to that guy. And what do? They wind up giving 2-way contracts to Evans, whatever his name is, and like they're telling you right now, we need some extra help on this team. We want to develop guys, but we're not so sure we've got the guys that are going to make it. So we're gonna give these 2 ways to other people. I'm not saying that they won't. I love McCullough. I think McCullough could be a player. I think Dottier has some talent. You guys know that I'm one of the few people that still believes in Tyler Kolek. I at least believe in him enough to say that he should have a shot to see what he can do. And if it don't work out, let's move on from him.
But you don't think they gave him that shot in summer league?
No.
Not yet.
Double A. Summer league is a playing against a bunch of guys that are hungry, trying to make a name for themselves, and maybe Kolek wasn't as hungry as some of the other guys.
I think that determined whether they were going to give him an opportunity to win the backup role behind
you could be right. I'm just saying I looked at Tyler Kolek play better in the regular season with the NBA squad. And I saw some things from him that I'm like, I don't know if I want to take the summer league thing as that's who he is. I know it's another year, and you would think he would get better, so that's how you look at it. But I would like to give Tyler Kolek 10 to 15 minutes at some point just to see what he can do. And if he doesn't look like it, I'm not going to play him again. And I'll just eventually wind up trading him. But I don't think you just trade or get rid of people without knowing for sure he ain't going to make it. But I did say before, I said this like 2-3 weeks ago, I do think that Kolek might be an odds man out. He ain't never going to really get the shot he needs to show his worth here. It's probably going to have to happen somewhere else. We've had that happen with other players. Obi Toppin is one of them. He had to go somewhere else. So, it could be the case. But let me.
But that was for a different reason, and also Kolek's not getting taller or bigger. Right, he was playing behind Randall. So, but you're right.
Yeah. No, it's different. But you guys get what I'm saying. And
I agree 100%.
The other shocking thing to me, like I said, the Knicks gave 2 ways to these guys we weren't even thinking about, and James Najee still doesn't have a deal. Right, James Najee is sitting in limbo. He's not on an exhibit. Nothing. He's just sitting. So I'm just saying, like, we look at these guys because they put them in front of us, and we think that they need a shot. They might be able to help us going forward. But the Knicks, unfortunately, showed you that that's not the case when they said we're bringing back Landry Shamet and we're bringing in Malcolm Brogdon. That got us to 11 men right there. How many players we're going to play? And the only one that I do think that maybe has a shot realistically is Huck Porty because of his size. And I also don't know how healthy Mitchell Robinson is going to be for the whole season. At some point, you gotta expect that you need something from somewhere. Plus, don't forget, Huck Porty might be in the good graces of the organization. They might look at him favorably, but don't forget, he was playing well, and then he played Cleveland, and he looked bad in Cleveland, and Tibbs never played him again. And then when he started to come back on the radar, he got hurt, and it took him a while to rehab from that injury, and it just, there was no chance to play him. But I do think Huck Porty might be the one guy that I think is going to get a shot. I don't think McCullough's going to get a shot.
Especially if Mitch starts.
Right.
Okay, my fault, Shaq. You were saying?
Especially if Mitch starts. If Mitchell Robinson starts,
Huck Porty definitely.
If Mitchell Robinson starts, there's no question Huck Porty's coming off the bench for Mitch. No question, in my opinion.
Necessity.
Right. Correct.
Right.
And we're talking, and the only thing we know for certain right now is that Mike Brown said he is most likely or willing to or whatever. I don't know how he said it. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Didn't they bring a couple of big men into camp? Alex Lynn and somebody else?
Well, those guys ain't making the team.
They're there to push the other guys forward.
That's correct. They're there to push the other guys.
But you figure Alex Lynn was a starting center in the league, so they might be looking at him as a backup. You know what I mean?
I got to tell you, if Alex Lynn makes the team, that means Huck Porty won't be here.
100%.
There's
no reason for Alex Lynn.
That's a fact.
Huck Porty should outplay him for that spot, and that's what
we don't even have his money.
Yeah, that's what they want to see. So we'll see. But Mike Brown said I'm playing 10 men. Okay, so that's what we need.
But I got to get ready to cut out. But before I do, I just
nice meeting
D-Rex.
nice.
I go ahead.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, you too. D-Rex, I just want, because I know it feels like a pile on from everybody here, because nobody seems to agree with what you're saying. I don't disagree that we need to develop our rookies. I just know that it's not going to happen this season.
I
That
agree
was my
too.
point. It's not that you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong, but we're not a grassroots organization. We
That's
literally
a fact.
we
That's a
paid
good
for our
fact.
players, and because we paid for them players, we expect them to play. So
Yo, I like
while
I
what
like
you're
your bubble
saying,
Brazils though.
what you're saying isn't wrong, because they should be developing these guys, it's just not going to happen the way you see it happening.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that we can't win. That just means that these rookies gotta wait. That's all.
Hey, Queen, two things could be right at the same time.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Always.
Because he's not wrong. We
no.
should
Right,
be
he's not
developing
wrong.
these guys. The league is getting faster, the league is getting stronger. Like, we need to develop these young guys, but that's not happening this season.
And,
Not in the
And
way that he thinks.
and the thing is, shout out to you,
Right.
Latoria. I appreciate you.
Exactly.
You know, you always bring the common wisdom
But he
when you come up here. So I appreciate you as always. I hope you have a great rest of your day at work, and we can
Thank you.
get you through the rest of your day, love. So
Yes,
appreciate it.
I'll be here listening, guys.
Thank you. Thank you,
Blessings, Queen.
Latoria.
Blessings.
Peace out.
Um,
All right,
bless,
later, fellas.
all right, man.
blessing,
Later,
blessing.
lot.
And back to D-Rex, I just want to say everything that he feels and what should happen is happening. It's just going to happen behind the scenes. The development and all that other stuff is going to happen behind the scenes. And honestly, when I counted, I wasn't expecting that myself. I didn't expect once I hit Shamit and Brogdon, we were at 11. So yeah, these guys ain't playing. I'm sorry. I gotta face it. This is a reality for me too. Now I woke up too. It ain't gonna happen. So
Right.
it is what it is. Sorry.
The
And-
last
and-
what
time,
happens
the
after
last
training
time it
camp.
happened. Oh, no, Ron. No, go ahead.
No, I was
You
just
been
going
getting cut off.
he said Knicks can only sign Diawara to a vet minimum. No, actually, that's not true because he's a rookie and he is a second round or worse player. He could be undrafted too, but we can sign him on our second round exemption contract. So Diawara can get that. James Najee can get that. I think those are the only two that we can give it to. But yes, we do have that still available, if I'm not mistaken, because we haven't used it on anybody. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Jay. What were you going to say?
Damn it.
Senior moment. It's okay. You ain't a senior, but it's all right.
I just got oh man, I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, the last time that we did what Rex is saying was with Patrick Ewing and Mark Jackson and that team. When we had young people like Strickland and even some of the young people, and then all the other people around them, they had to develop that team up with Patrick Ewing being the core, Mark Jackson being, right next to him. And then they started developing the team, not enough, obviously, but to a point where they got to the finals more than one occasion. And
But eventually,
it's not the same team now. See that's because we've been playing well enough. We don't have a Patrick Ewing. We signed our guys. We traded our guys. That's how we did it. Like we said, we built that thing. We don't have the grassroots, like she said before. I think it's the perfect thing. The last time we did exactly what Rex wanted was 84, 85, 86.
And the only time we won a championship, Rex, we did it that way because our championship team in 1970 was all homegrown talent, the whole starting five. Okay. And the following time that we won a championship is we traded for Earl Monroe. And the only way we could trade Earl Monroe is we traded a couple of guys that we developed over to the Baltimore Bullets. And that's how we got Earl Monroe. But the Knicks, 2 championship seasons, just like you said, bro, they did it just the way you said.
I'll just say one thing and then I'll bounce because I feel like I'm becoming it's not the dork attack dork show,
No, you're good. You're just standing on what you would like the Knicks organization to do.
I I disagree with you, bro. I didn't think I was attacking you. I'm sorry if I came.
No. I'm kidding. But I certainly, Latoria came up here personally to address the point, so it's only fair that I respond. Look, my only point is that I feel like it should be merit-based. These guys are getting paid more, great. If they're not playing, get off the court. If you're not playing good, why am I going to have you? Because you make more money than this one? You're entitled to the exact same amount of minutes every night? If you're not playing good, get off the court, let a young guy get a chance. I don't want you there if you're playing bad. You're acting like it's an assumption because they got paid this much, then they're automatically going to play well every night. We've seen our starters play bad.
If this was the year with R.J. Barrett, IQ, Obi Toppin, those years with these guys on there, yeah, I'm 100% behind you, Rex. I'm 150,000% behind you if we talk about in that era.
And to keep it real, bro, I think 100% real. Shamit and Brogdon, why were they available for us where no other NBA team wanted them? They were not dying. Other teams were not dying to get them.
I believe the same thing like you. I believe last year was the year to do that. Just because I would have preferred to see Tyler play a little bit more than Payne did last year. I would have preferred to see Pacone would get out there a little bit with Josh Hart because we was only running a 7-man rotation at that time. Yep. So I would have appreciated to see him out there last year. I would have even not been so upset if we would have won 45, 46 win and been the 5th seed or right under the bracket or after 6th seed before the play-in. I wouldn't even been that mad last year. But this team had expectations. The team prior to this with Julius Randle and them, they had no expectations. So when they went that far, everybody was like, yeah, we're going there next year. Next year we're going to fight. This year, we traded everybody from that team last year. We traded Julius Randle and we traded DiVincenzo. We came back with a new starting unit and we didn't have Precious Achiuwa, Shamet, or Mitchell Robinson playing last year until the end of the year. So it was a whole different, and we still managed to win 51 wins and make it to the finals in the East. So I'm happy with if this year is anything a footnote about the young guys and all that stuff. I thought that Pacone could get some minutes this year if Josh Hart started. If we wasn't looking at Brogdon and Clarkson, that was before. That was my argument. I would love to see Pacone to be the backup behind Josh Hart if Josh Hart started, but that may not happen this year. So if Josh Hart is being pushed back to the second unit, where's Pacone gonna get any minutes?
Look, let me just say one last thing to wrap this up, and I understand where everybody's coming from. Nobody's wrong. I don't think anybody's wrong. My only point is like that if one of these guys, if Malcolm Brogdon's having a terrible night or a terrible stretch, if Landry Shamet's having a terrible night, terrible stretch, whoever it is, the other guy should get a chance. If he's having the worst game of his life, it shouldn't be, he's making more money, and we scoff. Pacone Dadier, He had no idea, no chance he'd ever play. The guy not playing good, get off the court, next guy in line. And we've seen Mike Brown do this. He said he'll do it. He's openly said that he wants to play as many guys as possible, give as many people a chance to step up. This is our new basketball coach saying this. So we've seen him do it, and it makes logical sense. Because
here comes the voice of wisdom.
Yeah.
It actually might happen then. If he said it, it may happen.
Here comes the voice of wisdom, gentlemen. I am, Rex, I am on your side even more than you think, and I go beyond what you said. Forget about during the season. Preseason. Practice. I want to see the best players on the floor, even if you just got a second round rookie contract for this year and your name is DOR. I believe that we never know when we can find a diamond in the rough. How many teams so far have excelled with a rookie that no one thought about, or even a guy who was in overseas and came in and suddenly this season I can name you 6 teams off the top of my head right now from last year and the previous year where a player stepped up that no one counted in. Everyone counted on and didn't expect. So I'm not going to hand out Shamet and Brogdon no playing time without them showing me that they are better than Pacome, they're better than Duece, they're better than even Kolek, who I'm not a big fan of because of his size, but his talent, I still think he got it. Huck Porty, I think, could step up and even excel beyond Mitch. And I love Mitch. People don't think I love Mitch. I love Mitch. I want to hold on to Mitch. Mitch is our longest, the most devoted, personality, skills. I love Mitch.
I don't want to trade Mitch. I don't want to get to the Mitch. I'm worried about losing him next year, like another Hart type loss. But I'm telling you, if a Porty plays better than Mitch preseason, I am putting her Porty in that starting lineup. Believe it or not, that's how crazy I am in trying to try new things because I've watched too many.
And you be fired.
You know what? Or I win a championship and laugh at you guys because how many times have guys? I'm also one of the older guys on the panel. I've ran 4 different companies. I've been in charge of like 6 different departments at the same time multiple times. I have never, and maybe this is fortune, obviously some skill. I've never tried something new and innovative, and it wasn't 10 times better than what they were doing before. I'll never be a Golden State Warrior saying, Steve Kerr saying, well, defense wins championships. And then all of a sudden say, but all you guys take 3-point shots. I'm not gonna live in that bubble of not believing that there's so many different ways to win. I'm not gonna go 3-pointers win games in this new NBA. And like I think Ron, you said earlier, or whoever argued a point about Mikal and Duece, take that mid-range. Those mid-range work. SGA's not a 3-point shooter. We have players who are doing things. Or how many guys gonna say, I don't want a 6-foot-tall point guard in this new NBA? And here comes Brunson being an MVP candidate. Stop limiting the possibilities of endless possibilities. You limit yourself when you start.
Well, when you got $50 million, $40 million, $30 million, $30 million in players in your starting lineup, guess what? You're gonna live and die with them players.
Those 4 players are I mentioned those 4 players. Those 4 players are untouchable.
If they fail, Wiz, they're gonna break up the party.
I know, but those 4 players are not the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about a guy who couldn't get a minute on the league. I'm talking about 4 guys down we just signed who nobody else has offered a contract to. I mean, between Shamet and Brogdon and what's that other cat that came in with them, little 3-point specialist. I mean, we have about 4 guys who no one else is offering anything to.
Listen, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I am.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to summarize because there's a lot of people up here, and obviously I've been rocking for 3 hours. So I hear you. You're right, and that's fair. And that actually should be a good thing.
That should be, but it's not reality. It's not reality.
That I will say is true. Okay, the top 9, no. That's fair to me. The top 9, if they have moments when they're not playing good, they have moments when they're not playing good. They're going to get every opportunity to be themselves for the whole season. The top 9, you ain't seeing somebody replace Yabusele and take his minutes away from him if he doesn't play good. You ain't seeing somebody Jordan Clarkson out the mix if he doesn't. There might be moments where these guys struggle and Mike Brown points to different lineups. But guess what? The next game, they're back at it. But Brogdon and Shamet, I will say, that's fair. If they don't play well, I could definitely see Mike Brown eventually saying, I'll use one of these other guys that is playing better than them. Because we're only talking about a little bit of money and it's not big expectations. These guys
and short minutes.
That's fair. I'm just saying the top 9.
Short minutes.
Top 9 is solidified. They're going to get their opportunity to fail all season long, especially I'm not even talking about the top 6. Those dudes are going to be able to do whatever they want all year. But the other 3, I'm just, it's different. But
facts. Okay, well, I mean, that's what I'm arguing. I'm arguing those guys. I'm arguing those guys who people are dismissing offhand because Brogdon and Shamet and Walsh and whoever else is there sitting there and thinking that they gotta be the guys considered for starting or even for role plays. I'm telling you that I think Pacome Dadier, and I'm not even a Pacome Dadier fan like Freezy. I like him. I think he got game. I think he got potential. I even think Dink Pate is ridiculous to crazy potential. I think guys like that who you go, what the heck? What is he doing here? I definitely think Diawara has something special. And I'm just saying, I just don't want to cut off those possible blessings, those possible gems that we're going to overlook because we kind of in the old school method of Veterans get better opportunities and should have a better shot. They perform in the past performance. Like I've traded stocks in investment analysts and I'm own investment firm as well. You know that the number one line, past performance is not an indication of future results. Don't believe because I made billions last year for you or for somebody else I'm going to make money for you. Let's see what you're doing. Like I said, Janet Jackson. Okay, I want to be like that. I want to see what have you done for me lately. Okay, I want to go. I want to go the Janet Jackson style. That's how you dance, by the way, Ron.
Wow.
That's how you do some dance moves. I'm just saying it.
Don't do that. No, don't do that.
Wow.
I'm just saying it. What have you done for me lately? I need to see that. Okay, and if you don't beat it, if you don't perform, then beat it. Let's go to Michael.
Okay.
Beat it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Hey,
Look,
hey,
like
Wiz,
I
let me
said,
ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you trust in Leon Rose and his judgment of talent?
Yes, I do trust Leon, but also trust, but I trust Mike Brown and his assistants. Yes.
Do you think Leon Rose knows more about these guys that are on this team than you do? What they're
Absolutely,
or what they're doing. So why do you think they brought in more young guys and they brought in the vets? And they put the two young guys that they're counting on, the guys you mentioned, Diawy and Pate. They gave them 2 ways. Because they're going to develop, but they're going to have to develop and get their minutes in the G League. Because there's limited minutes, and the Knicks got money invested in this 4 players.
Well, Diawara doesn't have a 2-way. He's on an Exhibit 9, and Pate is on a straight G League contract. He was on Exhibit 10. They waived him because they can't afford the insurance.
But gentlemen, how difficult would it be to not accept Shamet and to cut Brogdon and still be okay if Dadi and Diawara and let's go crazy. Ding Pate happens to show, McCullough shows more than those guys, and we somehow just see something and go, what is that? Where'd that come from? What is
the possibility, Miss?
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I trust them because they have all those possibilities. Let's keep those possibilities open. It seems like a lot of us are limiting the possibilities of seeing those guys outperform Shamet and Brogdon.
Like Corey said, man, we just blowing smoke, man. Brown is going to do what he's going to do.
Absolutely. We all speculating here. Right? It's all speculation.
Brown is going to do what he's going to do. And Brogdon and Shamet, they don't have contracts yet. So if they don't show they can do the job, I'm sure they're going to be gone. So
right, exactly. So again, I don't mind Brogdon start. I don't mind any possibility of the starters. And by the way, I'm a Duece fan, but I'm not crazy about Duece starting. I like it, but I'm not crazy about it. You know,
I'm gonna say this real quick. Just cause you know what I'm saying, my favorite brother down here in LA, we're gonna keep hope alive. How about that?
Let me do this real quick. I got some super chats that have been waiting. I
gotta go, fellas.
Oh, Double A, no. Appreciate you, Double A. Thank you, man. It was good to chop, but it's been a minute, bro. So I'm glad to see your face on here.
My bad. I didn't mean to hijack. I'm sorry. I kind of derailed.
Hey, by the way, Double A. Quick question. I was want to know: is your son AAA or is he a D? I mean, D battery or AAA?
He's AA too, bro. AA Junior.
All right, my brother.
You know what? I'm late. I'm on West Coast time, I think. That was funny.
Oh, man.
It was real funny.
Shout out to the one and only, man, Mr. J Boogie himself. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, when the panel is packed, the season is real soon. Just got off the phone with Bill Pito. Stay tuned. Salute, salute, salute. 3 capital S's. Appreciate you, as always, J Boogie. Thank you, my guy. Shout out to Paris Nugget. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. You got to become a Nets fan if you want to see rookies. Ouch. Ooh,
ouch.
That. Oh, okay. I hear that. I hear that. Responded to tips for not playing the Ricks. My connection's going crazy for a second. Okay, we back. You guys see me? You hear me?
I thought that was
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
I thought that was mine.
Nah,
I thought it was like,
No, I
what?
think it was me because I
Look at you.
circle. So that means it was me for a second there. All right. So he said, remember how fans responded to Tibbs for not playing the rooks. So we are about to experience that all over again. Listen, at this point, it don't matter. We ain't dealing with the whole rookie thing. We about winning. And yes, if Malcolm Brogdon and Landry Shamet don't go out there and earn their minutes and go out there and ball out, and some rookie could come in and take their spot, then take their spot. But we also shouldn't assume that Shamet and Brogdon won't play well, because they might play well. And that's what we want. So we'll see.
Right.
We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm just saying, and I'm sorry that I lit a fire, but it's good. It's good for content. And sometimes you got to light a fire, but the bottom line is we don't know what's going to happen. We knew what was going to happen before because we knew Tibbs. We don't know Coach Brown. We can say we do. We don't know what he's going to do. This is a whole different thing. But he's the man, and hated to love it.
Hated to love it, the underdogs on top. And I'm going to shine, homie, until my heart stops.
That's right. You're going to have to deal with it. He is the dude. He is the dude.
By the way, the concept of two opposing ideas can be true. One is, except for the war, we got no rookies, man. Who are the rookies? We have no rookies. So stop calling those young guys rookies. But at the same time,
James Najee's a rookie as well.
Okay, Najee. Okay.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Duece is not really a 4th to 5th year player. If you look at his games played, he's actually just for the sophomore year. He may be a late second, third year player. So let's really look at these guys truly based on playing experience, but also age. Because when you're 25 years old and you're a second year player, but you only play 10 games, you know, like my boy Tolek, you're a veteran rookie. I mean, you're a veteran rookie. And that's kind of rough to be looking at a veteran rookie and expect you to actually develop more when you're 24, 25 years old. I'm not saying that he can and he won't, but we got to look at these players realistically and say, are they ready to perform? Normally, second year, sophomore jinx, whatever, you normally have a little rougher season. That was Duece last year, in my opinion. In my opinion, Duece was second year player last year. Third year is when you finally get all your bearings because you locked up your defense first year. You try to get offense a little bit second year, but all the injuries, babies, all that stuff going on. Your sophomore year gets a little bit like strange. Third year, you put it all together, and now you're ready to perform. Like everyone said, this is Duce's year to perform. Make it or break it. This year for Duece. Duece is just like the Knicks. Finals or bust to me. And I was right to answer the question. Finals or bust.
Oh,
I'm okay with them not winning the champion. No, I'm not okay with that. But I can say that I wouldn't be disappointed if they make it to the finals. But anything less than that, I would be. And that's where I'm not gonna say bust, because bust implies overall of stuff. I think they got to be showing the skills potential. And I want to see him in the finals. I want to see him have a strong finals. And it's a strong team. And then after that, we see where it goes. Duece, if you don't show me something in the first 20, 30 games, I'm looking at that. And I'm like, I'm Duece CEO. I'm Duece, I'm president, CEO, chairman of the board of Duece Hive. If Duece don't show me stuff in that first 20 plus game and he's healthy, then I'm trading Duece. I'm gonna go back. What's that cat who's in Boston right now, my boy, who was soft, who we got rid of? He's with Boston. Grimes. I'm calling Grimes up. I'm like, yo, Grimes, what you doing? I'm like, how much you need?
Stop, Joe, stop it.
I'm gonna call Dante. I'm Dante.
Right now. You let me know right now. You on that? You on that? The outside stuff. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna bring it up no more. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Me and you go back, way back.
Way back.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, Duece better perform.
You are so much involved in Duece. Stop it.
He better perform, though. He better perform.
Duece gonna do, provided the situation Duece is in.
No, Wiz, I'm with you. He better perform.
He better
perform. But you guys, Wiz kind of segued into a question that my guy had put up a while that I didn't get a chance to get to, and I will get to it now. My guy Divine from Knicks Real Talk says, question for the panel: do you think Deuce at $4 million a year is being asked to be more than that?
Ooh.
Wait, question for the panel: do you think Deuce $4 million a year is being asked to be more than that?
You know what?
Playing above that $4 million contract, you know what I mean?
Well,
contractually, yes.
The reason why Devon said that question, and we speak about it a lot. Deuce McBride is a player that everybody expects to have 19 points,
right.
6 rebounds, four assists, and we put him on a pedestal of a $15 million player when he's only adequating $4 million on his contract. But what he puts out for $4 million, we want so much more from Deuce for $4 million. Only year that he had a bad year was last year because of the regression of him not being on the court. He had that groin injury and all the other stuff last year, so he was more off the court than he was on the court. So every time that he got back on the court and started getting back in rhythm, he got hurt. He got back on the court, he got in rhythm, got hurt. He did that 3 times. So towards the end of the year, we seen what progress Deuce can be. The stats tell us that Deuce and Jalen Brunson on the court together was one of the best lineups on the court. So that's why a lot of people are talking about Deuce starting with Jalen Brunson. One of the most effective teams on the court, plus minus in 30 minutes or 30 seconds. I forgot the intervals that they put in there, but one of the most important lineups in there, especially with OG and Mikal on the court. So let's do it. I mean, that's exactly what it is. People think Deuce is supposed to be all world, but he just 2 years ago, when he was healthy, he was 11-4. If he could have been more healthy last year, I think he would have had a better year. But that's the same thing to saying if Mitchell Robinson was started last year, or if Preston Achua or Shaman would have started last year, I think we would have more wins than we had last year and a better outcome. With what happened in that 7-man rotation would have probably been more like a 9-man rotation. If those guys would have came in on time. So that's all that is.
You know what?
By the way, you know what?
You're right about that 100%, right? But I think that fact that Deuce has been kind of like put in the limelight for some unknown reason at a $4 million thing, because we had lost quickly. When we lost quickly, he had to step up and become the next quickly. When we lost quickly, he became that next person. It didn't matter whether he had 4 million or he had 2 million or he had 15 million. He became the next person up due to that particular moment, that one moment. And then we're expecting he became like a folklore almost. Like we expected this guy to come out, like you said, to drop 20 points a game, or to be that a 6-man a year award type of guy, or even a starting 2 guard or whatever it might be. The fact of the matter is he went down for various reasons. I think that we have put so much pressure on this guy that has a ceiling. He has a ceiling. Everybody has a ceiling.
Right.
Everybody. Some people exceed the ceiling. Some people stay right there at the ceiling, and some people can never touch the ceiling. Right? And I think that in his case, he has had a couple games maybe that exceeded it, or it was the IQ thing that people said, all right, well, then Deuce is here now. Let's see what Deuce does. And not to mention the fact that fans were bigging him up. The news was bigging him up. A podcast we're talking about him. Everything started happening. And now all of a sudden Deuce is supposed to be this miraculous 6-man of the year award person. And that's why to me, he has to just play the best basketball he can play.
By the way, correction on that. IQ.
If he had $4 million contract, right? If somebody gave me a $4 million contract and I was his height and I had some skills and I could do all that stuff, I'm gonna go out there and play like they gave me $8 million, so I could get $8 million the next time I get a chance. And if he could do that and he could stay healthy, then he could be Deuce and he could be everything that we thought we wanted, or people like Shas explained it to be. But he is not. He was never that person to begin with. He wasn't even. He was third behind people. Behind what's his face from Philly. Behind and
Grimes.
He
That's what I'm saying. Behind Grimes.
He was as good as to let Grimes go, to let IQ go, and to let all the other guards go for him to stay. The contract worked out right. He was a little wet behind the ears. We had to send him down to the G League. He came back up and he played great. Ever since he played great. Last year was a faux pas, was a off season for him. He was hurt with that leg, groin, every injury all last year. But if he comes back this year, and he is not going to be the focus. He was looked at as the focus of the second unit. The guy that we go over there, get us 14 points in the second unit. Every night we got to depend on Deuce. Cam can give it to us, but we don't know when he's going to give it with them sporadic left-handed sideways shots, or we never going to see. We ain't got Shamif here. Pressure is not getting enough minutes. So we got to see what he can do, and that's what his downfall was last year. He hurt himself a little bit. This year, he won't have to be in that light. Either he'll be starting this year with a fresh bunch of guys, or he'll be in the second unit with a lot of guys that he could depend on to give him the ball, to give him that 3-and-D type of guy that we need. Short in stature, but big and hard. And I mean, what is like 7,
absolutely 100%.
Yeah,
and I think that
gives
him more pressure now that all these guys are here. All these guys are here. That's even more pressure for him. Now he.
And you forgot one player. You forgot one player, guys. Besides Grimes, that was ahead of him. Last year, who else was missing that would have been his buffer? Dante.
Yes. Well, thank you. I was
huge shoes to fill. Huge shoes to fill.
They were going back and forth to get the record last year. What was it? 11 3-pointers in a row, 7 as well.
Exactly.
One day, that same year, Dante went. I forgot how many it was, and then the next game, Grimes, Deuce damn near did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what we expected last year from Deuce, but he was hurt.
You can't expect the $4 million player in Deuce to equate the same type of value that the $12 million player in Dante is giving you. There's a reason.
Plus, he was behind Kemba. He was behind Fournier at shooting guard. He was behind IQ. He was behind Grimes. He was behind Dante. He's been behind all these guys, and he still grinded out with his defense. And then finally, he had Tibbs as a coach, who I'm sorry, but I love Tibbs. But for point guard, even Brunson, I think he limited the players. He made him bring the ball up too slowly and try to set up plays where that's not even necessarily his game. You know, I mean, Deuce was a quarterback, but he's also a running quarterback as well. So he actually wanted to move the ball, and when Brunson was out, him and Shamet and what's his name? Damn, just drew a blank in our point guard last year, backup point guard, who we cut. But behind those,
who right?
Not the right, but also what's his name?
Oh, Payne.
Cam.
Payne.
They moved the ball like it was. They had 36 games almost every game without Brunson, and that's his style of play. He's not the kind of point guard that's super high IQ and just getting the ball to the midcourt and then start looking for the plays and distribution. He was not like that. He was also still like even Hart does it. He deferred all the time. Hart defers all the time, and so did Deuce. And that's how even LeBron James did it when he went down to Miami with Dwayne Wade, and Wade had to tell him, "Yo, take the game, control it." So when you have a guy who sat behind, no play rookie year, barely played second year, had 3 guys ahead of him third year, all of a sudden they're like, "Here's the ball, take over." He's like, "Okay," and then the coach is like, "No turnovers. Make sure when you get to the midcourt, then you start read and react." And the guy's like, "Man, I'm a quarterback. I'm used to calling plays. I respond to the play breaks down, but I mean that mentality is different." So there's lots of reasons why Deuce didn't perform. Even with all that, I'm still not necessarily convinced of Deuce starting, because I'm still, although his wingspan is long, his wingspan is pretty good. he's still the height he is. And I would rather have him and Brunson in the backcourt. So I'm open to the Brogdon starting. I'm open to even Dadier starting. Believe it or not, I wouldn't mind seeing a Brunson, Dadier, Mikal, OG.
Yeah, but let's
And I'm
not
so crazy.
stuff that ain't gonna happen, bro.
I know, I'm just saying, but Yabusele starting, open to that. I'm open to those kind of lineups. And then bring Deuce and Hart in. Deuce, Hart, and Clarkson. And oh man, imagine that those guys coming in with that firepower and intensity.
You know, to your guy, because you know we both like.
I just want to say one thing. Sorry, Ron. I'm out of here, guys. Thank you for having me on.
No,
I am so sorry that I got to go, but I got my package there and get to craft, and I got something that I got to finish before the end of the day to get out. So thank you guys for having this. And this was a great conversation today, man, with a lot of great guys on here that have great minds. You know what I mean? And like Jay says all the time, you could be right 2 times or 3 or 4 or 5. How many other times? Because everybody, the way you're looking at it could be the right way of looking at it, and also the right way to go down that path if you choose that path. Or you can go this way. This is a good path to go too. This is the right way to go. If you choose to go down this path, this is a good path too. So with that being said, thank you all you guys on here. Salute.
Salute.
I'm gonna holler at you.
Shout out to you guys.
By the way, Rex, I came in and it seemed like I can fit with Latoya. When I was in the chat listening to Latoya speak, I was like, that's right. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Forget the rookies, forget the young players. And then I came home still like, he's right. But at the same time, I think the other option is also right, where you let everybody get some run and find that gem that you may not find if you don't let them run. Because you don't know until you try. And those cats sitting on the bench, whether it's Dadier or Kolek, even Kolek, I'm telling you, even again, Ding Pate as something, man. I think something special about him, man.
Right, but hold on. Listen, I was gonna say something about your guy Deuce. He's my guy.
Okay, yes.
You love him a little bit more than me. First off, the Dink Pate thing, guys. Listen, I think I just want everybody to be so we can all be on the same page. I think the Knicks like Dink Pate. I think the problem with Dink Pate is that the Knicks just don't have enough money to offer him the contract that he needs to have at this moment because they can't protect him. If he gets hurt, they can't pay for his insurance. So they had to waive him from the Exhibit 10, and now he's on a straight G League contract. But I want everybody to understand this because this is very important for all you Dink Pate fans out there. Dink Pate can go at any time. He's on a G League contract, so any team, if they say, man, I like Dink Pate, what he's doing, they can snatch him, and the Knicks can't do anything about it. I just want you all to know that if any team wants Dink Pate, he's gone.
He's choicy. He's choicy.
Just wanted to say that.
He can choose.
So,
Ron, just put it out there. He can choose where he wants to end up.
Yeah. I mean, if another team says, hey, if the Cavs say, look, we like Dink Pate, they'll take Dink Pate. He's out of here. It is what it is. All right. So speaking of our guy, because the bottom line is this is a new season. We don't know what's going to happen. And Duece is working. That's all I'm trying to say. Oh, wait. Is there music? If there's music, whatever. I'll play it. No, I don't think there's music.
There you go.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Watch
I did that yesterday.
Hey, there you go.
Watch yourself.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's tough.
Oh.
That change of pace is tough. Fast. Pause. Fast.
Damn it, there is music. It's okay.
You probably muted. Good move.
Nah, but I like how the trainer is talking to him.
Yeah, me too.
Switch. Mid range.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a move. I like to see him use.
Hey, I like that one too. Let's go.
What?
Hey, that was tough though.
The trainer was confused. He was like, man.
the trainer got buckets too. I don't know who he is, but
Trying to drop it. So
Look at
you
this.
perfect something.
You gotta be somewhat good to be a trainer, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
That mid range. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this was the condensed video. There's actually a longer one, but this is fine. The longer one shows the trainer doing everything that he's getting Deuce to do, and he's getting buckets. So that's why I said the trainer can get busy. But
Maybe we can sign him. Maybe he can start this year. How about that? Wiz, you up for that? No, forget.
I'm up for that.
What I'm saying is the one thing I like about Deuce, and I want to give him credit. Deuce works.
Yes.
He works on his game, and every year he's worked on stuff that he's not good at. They said that he had a slow first step. They said he couldn't break guys off the dribble. Last year, 2 years ago, what he did, he started doing that one-handed thing. That one-handed thing was working. All of a sudden, he's winding up in the lane. And then he perfected it and continued to do it. This year, he's not so much the one-handed. He's actually dribbling with both hands, going between his legs, behind his back. So, and he's working on his now it's not just about getting into the lane. Now it's like get to the lane and make a move.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm keep telling y'all. I know we saw some stuff we weren't happy about with Deuce, but do not write Deuce off yet. Just saying.
Thank you very much.
Give him a
And who had a chase down block last year? Deuce. Who actually posterized guys last year? Deuce. I'm just saying, the kid's got that drive, that energy, and Deuce 4 inches taller is an all-star. Deuce at 6'6" is an all-star.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying.
If he shaves his head, he's my height.
Yeah,
how about that?
You were right. You were right, Nick Yak. They do only try to show like the good moments, but the point is for Deuce, what we saw was him crossing over and getting to the rim. I mean, you're not really going to see a lot of negative. Those are easy shots for him to make. And then the mid-range, Deuce, tell y'all before, man, you just don't see it a lot. Deuce's mid-range is money. I mean, money. Probably one of the best mid-ranges on the team. Outside of Brunson and Bridges. Deuce got one of the best mid-ranges on the team. So just wanted to put that out there, and we'll see what happens. We'll see where it goes. He's going to continue to work.
Besides OG, Precious, and Cat, only Deuce goes and try to posterize guys. Only, he's strong, but he got a vertical.
He keeps his aggressiveness, and
exactly.
But notice, I'm not. Deuce knows what will keep you in the NBA. It's just sometimes I guess it's all about consistency and keeping it together. But even when he was talking to Huck Porty about what Tibbs likes, Deuce gets it. He just got to do it. But he knows what's going to work. But anyway, let me get around to everybody because I got to get out of here. I've been rocking for too long.
I just got on, man. Sorry, no, 2 more hours. 2 more hours.
You know what?
It was fun, but it was mad, man. So.
Oh no! Okay, let's get off. Cut the feed.
Let's get over. Oh, and wait, one more thing. I don't know if she's still here, but let me say what's up to her real quick. The conversation has been so good, I couldn't even give her a shout out yet. But hold on. First off, I want to shout out my guy Fritz from the NBA Economy Show. Always a pleasure, Fritz, to see you rocking in the chat. Please support Fritz and the NBA Economy Show and the Nick of Time Show with everything they got going on. But let's not forget, we got to give love to SKF's own. Man, so many things came out since we've been having this conversation. I don't know if I can find it. If I can't find it in 2 seconds. Also, shout out to here we go. Got it. Shout out to Diamond. Damn it, man. This thing moves quick. Shout out to y'all, man. Y'all keeping it.
Yeah.
By the way, Rod, is it
went away.
Could you check it out? But I think the average IQ of our Nick female audience is higher than the men.
I mean, but that's everything.
That's life, brother. That's life.
Shout out to Diamond, Gad, Soul, Sonic. Appreciate you for being in the chat. I seen you. Thank you for being here and rocking with us. Damn Damn it. It was so far ago I can't find it. But anyway, y'all know who it is. Shout out to the one and only L in the building. You know what it is. Appreciate you.
By the way, gents, this is me after boot camp. I was 175 pounds.
Long time ago. That's like a third of you.
What was that? Your second grade picture, you said?
Also, shout out to Darlene Bryant in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Good to see you as well. Appreciate you.
Darlene, Diamond, Latoria, Queen, all of them.
Hey,
IQs are like genius level. Then we got to come with you guys.
Yes. And shout out to Ruben Nunez in the building. What up, Ruben? Good to see you. What? Mike Brown is the wrong hire.
Oh, no.
We talking about. Hey, listen. It doesn't matter. Hate it or love it.
Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top. And I'm gonna shine, homie, until my heart stops.
You can't do nothing about it. He's the guy. All right.
Well,
Corey.
not, he's here.
Yeah, Corey, your final words as we get out of here, brother.
Yo, first of all, peace and salute. I'm grateful being around y'all beautiful gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Tori B, marry me, because we're so correct. But outside of that, nah, you know what I'm saying? Let me keep it a buck. Stop expecting the worst or the best. Just sit back and understand that Mike Brown's going to do what Mike Brown's going to do. I love y'all. Let it go. Breathe deep. Smooches. Pause. And stop it. Because we're making a-holes at ourselves. Because we think too much. Relax. With that said, peace. You know what I'm saying? I rock out with y'all. Yo, Ron, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm your man, yo. Man.
You know how it is, bro.
And I stand tall on what I say. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? My man over here with the curry powder. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, I gotta wake him up. You know what I'm saying? Or 2 puffs. It's enough.
I appreciate you. All right, so let me say.
But I love y'all, yo. Jay chose to be real, and you know what I'm saying. It is what it is, yo. I'm done.
All right, brother. Shout out to Nick P in the building. Appreciate you, Nick P. Shout out to CC, my guy. Appreciate you. And also Mr. Miyagi. That's a dope name. Shout out to you. Appreciate you. And
Deuce.
Shout out to my guy Paris Duggar. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Ron, Deuce looks good for a football player. Save the video so we can use it to get a better trade piece. I personally don't trust his or Huck's knees. Interesting. Okay. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say too, real quick before I get over to Wiz and then Jay for their final words, is don't be surprised. You know, I talk about this guys of people not playing, but don't be surprised in the preseason if Tyler Kolek gets minutes or if Dadier gets minutes. Got to showcase the talent if you want to make moves.
Paris Duggar.
Just saying. Yes, just saying. All right. Okay. Wiz, your final words, my brother.
Paris Duggar. Me and I gotta. Okay, let me just leave him alone. Tranquilo. Like you said, relax. I'm in California, so y'all, let me know. So tranquilo. Man, I'm sorry, but Ron, I'm over the ledge, baby. I'm going for championship this year. I'm sorry. I don't know the ledge. I do not know the ledge, Ron. Are you trying to show me? I don't know it. Because I'm going for championship this year, baby. I think this team is so stacked and so deep with coaches with such open minds that we're going to do stuff people will never even imagine. We're going to sometimes run games 12 deep. We're going to start off Duece one game, Mitch one game, Brogdon one game. I'm telling you, we're going to do stuff that people haven't seen. We're going to be running. We're going to be fast. We're going to play quick. We may have Brunson not even touch the ball sometimes in 4 straight possessions. He's just going to be on the side, three-pointer. Him, Cat, OG, and Mikal just on the outside circle. Next thing you know, inside game, crushing it. I'm just seeing all the possibilities. I think this team is so versatile in so many ways, beyond just the players, but again, those coaches, and then I think the diversity of young players with those veterans is something that I think to a certain extent, Brogdon and Sham may come and raise Pacome and Deuce, and Kolak and stuff, and raise them. Because I think this year, what happened last year is never going to happen again. Game 60, we're going to have 14 players ready to start if they had to. Last year, we had 6 players ready to start if they had to. All the way till game 5 of the Pacers series, we all of a sudden realized, we may have to go into the bench a little bit. And that's why we will not repeat our mistakes again. Okay? Those who forget their history are doomed to repeat it. And I think that we have learned. Last year, Pacers and whoever the champion was, I can't remember their name, they went 10, 11 deep a lot of times. They played 10, 11 deep a lot of times. And we kept on going 6, 7 deep sometimes. And that's crazy to have 80 games.
But we're going to play 10.
I know, I'm just saying, right, we're going to go 10. That's what I'm saying. We're going to go 10, 11 sometimes. And that's the new NBA in somewhat, because if you're playing quickly, you're playing fast, and you're getting the pace going, and hammering guys on defense, we have full court presses and stuff, you got to rotate players out for longevity, for endurance. And so I'm looking forward to us not having the guys who sometimes the stats sound different, but when they say we put up 90-something points a game, well, if you play 40 minutes a game, you're supposed to put up 90-something points a game. So I don't mind those guys coming down to 85 to 90 points in a 30 to 35 minutes a game. I would love to hear our starters average 34 minutes a game, and we have 60-something wins, than 40 minutes a game and have 50-something wins. Because that means everybody's getting run, and we have guys getting experience that did not get experience last year. I want our second-year players this year to actually play some minutes, where next year we're not even trying to pick up anybody new. Our offseason next year is going to be who wants to stay, who got a one-year contract and decides another ring is what we want. We want one more championship or 2 more. I want to hear Yabusele going, oh, man, I know it's a player option, and I do want some more money, but you know what? New York City, that parade down the canyon, the ticker tape parade, it feels really good with the endorsements. I want him to say, I don't care what they're paying me, because my deal with Radio Shack down the street, okay, Radio Shack is gone. With Tower Records is gone. I'm trying to think of, I'm not saying it's local deals alone in New York City alone can make it more money. And we don't need to go like a Kawhi Leonard type of deal where you have like some charity that you get some money from. We're just going to get money because endorsements in New York City and appearances around the world, because you're a New York Knickerbocker who won a championship in 51 years, is paying you more than just financially. But when you go to every restaurant, every Broadway show, and it's free, over. That's what I'm talking about. Knicks championship this year, baby. I'm calling right now. 62 wins and a championship. Bang. Off the ledge. Yes.
Shout out to Wiz for giving the longest final words ever in history. The final words is his own show. Jesus, boy, come on.
My God.
Man.
Love you guys, man. Thanks, man.
See if I know the ledge.
Jesus.
You saved me
Peace.
from the ledge just now. I almost jumped. I almost jumped on purpose.
Goodness. And another thing, let me tell you something. No. All right. Appreciate you.
Hold on.
Like
I only have 38 points here really quick.
Yes.
All right. I only have 38 points to make.
That's okay.
Okay. Here we go. First of all, that show that I got on here to get on here for an hour, and it was live. I'm not even joking, and I had so much to do, but I enjoy, chopping it up with you guys, and I enjoyed, hearing the thing. At certain points, when it became, I guess contentious in some points, and also great points were made. Listen, man, you have a great show. I don't know how you did what you did today. You have you saw what I wrote. You got a patience of the saint. It takes a lot for a person to do what you did. We appreciate you. I know that the chat appreciates you majorly. I love talking sports. I love to do this. It gets us out of the reality of life. However, I really believe in this team. I really believe what you said. I'm going to counter what you said first by saying getting to the finals is definitely the priority.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that if I had the same view as you, once we got there, if we didn't get past that, our hearts would be broken in a way we would never feel like. So that's why I said I think we're gonna win it this year. Last, I want to say this for all the people who want to see young kids play in this league. The G League is fun. You should go watch it, but they don't play on this team because it's a business too. There's a business of everything, even church. There's a business side, and then there's the other side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the playing side is all about they paid people to do certain things that they expect them to do it, and they don't want to lose their $12 million or their $38 million, and in some case, even their $4 million or their $3 million. You know what I mean? But the truth is, I really love what what La had to say until she just laughed at me, and I appreciate it. I'm only doing a whiz thing. Thank you, Ron. I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Peace, blessings to you and your wife, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. I just want to say thank you to everybody who was on the show today. We had a lot of people. And it seems like it's easy. It's definitely not easy to keep a show together when there's so many different people and they're passionate and they want to speak, and in some cases long-winded, but the point is, it's tough to keep it all together. And I know I threw gasoline on the fire when I came out with the whole thing about the young players. I knew it was going to happen, which is but it is what it is, and I appreciate everybody coming up here. Shout out to Jay, shout out to Shah, shout out to Wiz, shout out to Corey, shout out to Latoria, shout out to Double A. Am I missing anybody? Rex. Shout out to Rex. Appreciate you. Shout out to Jay Boogie, who I knew would have came up here too, but he knew that the panel was already stacked. Appreciate you, Jay Boogie. And so I do want to say that, sometimes that's going to happen. And unfortunately, it changed the whole dynamic of the show because I was going to open up the phone lines, but I can't. I'm not opening up the phone lines when we got like 7 or 8 people up here. It just don't make any sense.
No way.
The other thing too is I do want to say that we do have to we got to remember before I say my last thing about the Knicks, but we have to remember what we're doing, remember the point of what this show is about, and remember why we're here to talk. We're all here to have fun as Knick fans. We're obviously here to express our opinions and get our whatever's in our mind and our thoughts out. We want to be respectful of others. We also want to be respectful of the brand and the product, and we just want to keep it as professional as possible. And so that means obviously we have to understand that everybody has a chance to speak and they deserve to have their words heard, as well as you have to have that moment to get your words out. But we have to kind of, give everybody their grace and their time to get it out. We can't keep going back and forth. I know it's very difficult, especially when there's stuff and like you think of an idea and you're like, man, I want to say what I got to say. I get it. As for me, it's tough. But we have to be better at that. And we also have to be better at how we look on screen. We got to be appropriate. We also got to understand what we're doing. I do not want to get dinged or banged by YouTube for any of my their things that they require us to do or not do. So we got to be mindful of how we carry ourselves on screen. If that means doing certain things on screen, whatever that could be, we have to be very mindful of it. And so without pointing out anything or specifying and singling anybody out, everybody was on the show today. You know who you are and you know what's going on. So we just got to be better at that because, like I said, I don't want to get dinged by YouTube for anything, and I also want to keep my show a certain way. So I don't really want it to look anywhere different from what I would expect it to be. So I didn't say anything while things are happening, but I'm just saying it now, just so we know going forward. Let's be mindful of it, because then I'm just gonna have to, easily just remove people, and nobody will know why. I'll just do it. So let's just keep it classy. Freddie Blassie. If anybody of the old wrestling know who's classy Freddie Blassie is, man.
I remember.
Wow. Yeah. Very nice. But I want to thank everybody once again. And no, I just want everybody to understand. You good, Rex? You good? I know you were getting a little frustrated because obviously there was a lot coming at you. There was some heat, and you had to defend yourself. I listen. It's okay. It's fine, and I think everybody's opinion is valued. Yours as well. I think we all did a pretty good job for the most part of kind of maintaining, and I was able to get through it. But we just got to be better at understanding that this is something. I mean, maybe it hasn't hit big. Maybe I don't have 100,000 subscribers, but we just hit 7,000, and so those 7,000 matter to me. And I just want to make sure we continue to do what we got to do to keep it going and keep ourselves in the best light. So yeah, all right. That being said, I'm off my high horse. I want to say thank you to everybody. Once again, I appreciate everybody up here.
Salute.
And
salute
you, my brother.
Blessings, brother.
Always. So I want to say thank you to everybody. Appreciate you guys for all tuning in and showing love. Wait. Okay, let me see here. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my guy in here. Put that out there real quick. So I wanted to say thank you to everybody once again. Appreciate you guys in the chat. Y'all have been lit, man. Y'all have done a great job of keeping it fresh. Y'all have had a lot of opinions. I definitely appreciate everything that's been going on, and all the activeness that you guys have been. And shout out to anybody new who's tuned in and saw the show and likes the show and wants to, hit the like button and maybe even become a subscriber. Appreciate you. Before I get up out of it, let me get my guy in here real quick and show him some love. Hey,
what's going on, my brother? Hello, man. Shout out to everybody still rocking, still viewing, still, hanging out, doing what they do, man. Blessings, life, health, happiness to everybody. Hope everybody in the greatest form of health. You know the lingo, anybody going through anything, we don't pray that you go through it. We more or less pray that you get through it. The season is around the corner. I think they're on their way to take this trip, get ready to go play somewhere. Some preseason games somewhere. I just wanted to come up here just for a second, man, catch you. I tried to catch you earlier, but everybody was in the pump. You know what I'm saying? I was a little bit nervous. So I felt like Marcus Johnson, and white man can't jump. I went to go to the pod shop, get my thing, They recognized who I was, so I couldn't do it, man.
There was only one rock, and there was a lot of people on the court.
Yeah. Shout out to the madam. She was up here today too, the Toya. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready for the season, man. I can't wait for the season to go ahead and get rocking, get doing what they're doing, man. But more importantly, man, another great, you know what I'm saying? I call it the on season when everybody think it's the off season, when everybody's really doing so much work. So another great, you know what I'm saying, on season with you hosting and holding it down, like so many other, podcast hosts, you know what I'm saying, to talk about so many topics and bring up so many different topics of what's going on in basketball and life itself while there's no basketball going on, you know what I'm saying? So, for me, and carrying along everybody else. Just wanted to say, man, we appreciate you holding down the fort, doing what you're doing all
Thanks,
the
man.
time, all the weeks, you know what I'm saying? Getting through what you're going through, you know what I'm saying? So, man, we appreciate and we love you for Mr. Ron for what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. We're gonna keep on loving, supporting, and and rocking with you. The season is here. And I think we in position, you know what I'm saying, to have some, some real good pretty jewelry coming around here real soon, So I heard y'all talking about how some people gonna get some run, some people ain't gonna get the run. More importantly, it's so beautiful to know we got so many pieces that's on that bench. You know what I'm saying? That we got options to pick and choose whoever he want to bring in the game. And we got options for those to make sure you stay ready. You know what I'm saying? Jaheim, just in case I need you. So, yeah, just to know that, we're 11, 12 strong, we are really set, So shout out to everybody, shout out to Mr. Mike Denzel Brown, y'all call it training camp. He in there having training day. You got them guys full court sprinting, suicides, down, back sprints, last one. Y'all know how it go. The last one do extra laps. Free throws you miss, we doing extra laps, you know what I'm saying? Full court pass, less layup drill. The ball the forward unless we all running laps. So Mike is in there, you know what I'm saying, doing something totally different, getting everybody in shape, because I know y'all got the skill sets to do so many different things as far as with the game, but I need to carry y'all to another level, and that's a level that you haven't been doing, you haven't been running, you haven't been, you know what I'm saying, sprinting a fast-paced team, you know what I'm saying, we've been slow with what we at, so I'm going to elevate that. So Mike Denzel Brown is doing what he got to do, man, in this training day movie, man. This is part 2, man. We're going to get an Oscar for this one right here, man. It's sad the real Denzel Washington got an Oscar for, a gangster strip with all the great movies he did. But, this movie right here that Mike Denzel Brown is running, he's going to get an Oscar, you know what I'm saying? And real soon, man. But I ain't going to hold you up and know you're tired, you know what I'm saying? If you're out of shape, man, get in there and practice with the squad, man. But I'm gonna let you go, man. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, having me up here, man. Let you get back to your weekend and your family, man. But I just want to let you know, man, we all appreciate you and so many of the other hosts for doing what you're doing during the off season. It's easy to play basketball during the basketball season, but it's so much harder during the on season to do and come up with so many things and different topics and all this and that, just for the people, just for the fans, just for the love, you know what I'm saying? Not asking, but will accept, not asking, but he will accept y'all. But y'all know how he gets down, you know what I'm saying? It's for the people, man. But man, have a great weekend. Tomorrow's football Sunday, man. Everybody stay healthy and safe, man. You're going out, travel lightly. If you're drinking, ask somebody else drive. If you're drinking and something you don't have nobody else to drive, call the Uber. Make sure you get back from where you left to get back to safe, man. God bless everybody.
That's a fact, man. I appreciate you as always, Jay Boogie. Thank you for jumping up and appreciate your kind words. And we can't wait till the album is ready to drop. We ready, baby.
Man, it's here, man. I'm telling you, man, this is my best work, my best bars, my best beats, my best effort, energy. I really was putting things into this album, man, for real, man. And it's just about getting ready to let go. I know normally I let some things frisbee off, but this year,
Nah, hold it.
y'all
Hold it. Let it come out as a project. Yes. Hold it. Yeah, we ready. We ready. I can't wait. But thank you once again, man. Get to where you got to get to safe. Enjoy the rest of this beautiful Saturday. Let's go Knicks. I can't wait, my brother.
Man, no doubt, man. I feel like the Knicks. I'm traveling like they get ready to travel. I'm traveling. See, I got blue and orange on, man. I'm traveling, man. I'm traveling on the road, man.
All right, brother. You be safe out there. I'll holler at you.
Hey, peace, queen, man. And Merry blessings and strength to you and your family, man. Salute, three capital S. Shout out to the chat.
All right, no doubt, my brother. Appreciate you.
Peace.
Latest. All right, man. Listen, once again, man, I just want to thank everybody Appreciate you all. Like I said, great show. Chat on fire. Thank you to anybody new that's been here watching and rocking. Hopefully you subscribe or like the show. Hit that like button. Thank you for all the kind words. Appreciate you guys. You know, as always, man, the love is love. And shout out to Latoria B for being a new member. Thank you, Tori. Appreciate you. Yeah, once again, I just want to say, yeah, man, it's never great to be in a position where you have to say anything negative about anything that's happening. But, you know, I got to do what I got to do. I got to say what I got to say and hopefully do it in the best way so people don't get offended, but they understand that we got to do better because, you know, we just have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to my man after the show and make sure he good because, you know, a little concerned. But yeah, all right. So yeah, man, thank you guys once again. I appreciate everybody. Let's go Knicks, man. As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans. We'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30 ish for Know the Ledge. As you can see, you know, sometimes you got to talk people off the ledge, you know, but we gonna be all right. Or on Monday nights for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, my brother Jose on the ones and twos holding it down. And sometimes I'm holding it down for them. I'll accept that award. That's what I do. And then, you know, sometimes, you know, we'll get a state of the game in there as well. Bear with me, guys. You know, I haven't done a lot of interviews this summer, but let me see if I can put something together and see if I can get some people in to talk to. You know, I'm working on things, so we'll see. But thank you guys once again for all the support, all the love. I can't tell you how much it means to continue to rock and have you guys, you know, as a part of everything. So appreciate you for real. So thanks, guys, once again. Have a great rest of your day. For those Met fans, Met baseball is about to start. I don't know what you can look forward to. You know, it is what it is, man. They put themselves in a terrible position. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. Tomorrow we got giant football. You know, my favorite pastime is throwing darts. Anyway, yeah, Jackson Dart will be starting for the New York Giants. We'll see. Hopefully he just goes out there and plays well, man. Do I think they're gonna win over the Chargers? I mean, listen, I hope they can, but we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, all right, y'all. Take care. You know, remember, no matter what, all this talk, we all really want to see the Knicks win in the end. So that's all that matters, man. The good, the bad, the ups, the downs. No matter what, we are still Knicks fans, and we are here to ride the wave, man. Hopefully, we'll be at the parade. That's all that matters. Anyway, y'all, take care. Be good, and if you can't be good at it. I'll catch y'all on Monday night. I'm out of here. Latest.